Right. Good morning, colleagues. Can someone please confirm if I'm audible?
Good morning, Onele. Yes, you are audible from my side.
Thank you for that, Sisnonhlanhla. Thank you, colleagues. Let me just switch on my mic. Again, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. And I hope that you are all well. My name is Onele Chitiza Munyikwa, and I welcome you all to this webinar today on the Goat Market Information Day, where we are basically going to be unpacking the opportunities, the challenges, as well as how we can unlock some of these opportunities within the goat value chain. We know that this market or this value chain is quite underdeveloped and is also under-researched. And our hope for today is that as we unpack some of the opportunities that some of the speakers will highlight, is that we'll get out of here more equipped to basically use all these opportunities for us to move forward. Today we have a few presentations from speakers. These will be experts, farmers, as well as other stakeholders who are already involved in the value chain. And hopefully when we engage these presentations, we'll walk out of this webinar more equipped to basically grab some of these opportunities and have an interaction with the colleagues that are already within the value chain. So with that, I'd like to welcome you all. Please feel free to engage the presentations as they are being presented. Use the chat bar to ask questions and drop your comments. There's also a bar for questions and answer sessions within the Microsoft Teams. So please feel free to engage that. And I'd also like to request that we introduce ourselves on the chat bar and basically say which organization we represent so that we can welcome each other. I'd like to meet everyone individually, but unfortunately, because of the numbers and the time, I think it would be good for us to introduce each other on the chat bar. So with that, colleagues, I thank you for joining the webinar. And like I said, please feel free to engage the presentations. We will allow for questions and comments towards the end of a set of presentations, as the agenda has highlighted. And with that, colleagues, I'd like to hand over to Ms. Nkwamanda, who will give remarks from the NAMC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Onele. Good morning, colleagues. I'm just gonna open my video just for a few seconds so that everybody can see how I look like for those who don't know who I am. Good morning, colleagues, once again. My name is Nonhlanhla Kwamanda. I'm also part of the NAMC within the Agribusiness Development Division, and our main focus is facilitating the market access for the smallholder farmers within the country. And we are assisting the farmers in both livestock and also the crop production producers within the country. I must say that I am so relieved that today we are going to have this conversation around the goat farming, because within the rural communities, livestock is like their foundation. It's like their bank account. That's what I often refer it to. Globally, there's about like 70% of the rural households are dependent on livestock for their livelihoods. And in South Africa as well, that is the case. We have the smallholder farmers and rural communities focusing on Angora goats and also the Boer goats, but they are still doing it following the indigenous methods. But now, with the change in consumer preferences and people wanting to be more health conscious and stuff, and having the goat meats, which is called Chevron, having the low-fat content, most of the consumers are now preferring it. But now the challenge is how do we make it more accessible and also like be in good acceptable form for the elites, as one may put it. So it is for this reason that as the NAMC, we felt that let's have this conversation so that we make sure that we're all on the same page and that we bring everybody around the table to have these conversations around goals, and also just to see how we can actually make it more like marketable, more out there, just as it is the case with other livestock like beef cattle and poultry and pigs and pork. So I'm looking forward to the presentations. I'm looking forward to the engagements, and I'm hoping that after this session, we'll be able to have a way forward. But most importantly, what has always been a concern for me was to have everybody, all the goat stakeholders or all the farmers speaking one language, because there is a potential there that needs to be tapped into. There are a lot of opportunities as well, and market access opportunities as well, and for development, and obviously improving the food security, job creation, as we all know the challenges we're currently facing as a country. So with those few words, I would like to say we welcome everybody, and let's engage. Let's see how we can move forward after this session. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kwamanda, for those opening remarks. We welcome them, and I'm sure the colleagues now feel very welcome. We can move on, colleagues, to the next presentation, which will be looking at the goat marketing lessons learned from the KYDA project from the ARC. Dr. Dan will be making the presentation. You may go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you, Chairperson. I just want to check if my slide is visible.
It is visible. Please make it into a slideshow.
Good morning again. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Daniel Mutiang. I'm from the Agricultural Research Council based at Irene, and I work on a program as part of a large team at the Institute on smallholder farmer development, and the program is called Kaonafatso, Dikgomo, which that doesn't translate literally, but meaning that it is our effort to work with smallholder farmers in livestock. Livestock would also include small stock and other species, but the focus has been for many years on cattle. So I'm going to make this presentation. It's a very short presentation. I think the opening remarks from the chairperson and Nontanda is that goat, we have a lot of opportunities, but goat is a health, the lifestyle enhancer in terms of healthy food. So I didn't put that in the slide, but what you'd see is that a lot of goat products are more healthy than other products that we consume. I will just have it in three parts. I will give a global perspective, African perspective, in terms of where we are in terms of goats. how the goat market has developed, and I will then share with you the market as we understand it. We didn't do a lot of assessment in terms of real numbers for how the market works, but just touch on what the status quo is in terms of our South African market and give you our example of the initiative in terms of how we've been dealing with goat market access. So one of the interesting things in terms of the livestock industry worldwide is that almost all the species, goats and sheep, both of them, in terms of numbers, are almost 1 billion each. In other parts of the world, on average, the goat industry, the goat industry has seen a lot of improvement in terms of numbers. I think they stabilized around 2013. Between 2000 and 2012, the goat population increased by more than 33%. But what you would see in our case is that our goat numbers have been going down. And this increase is because of the demand also. The goat meat production has also increased, almost doubled over that same period. So this is a very fast growing industry worldwide. In terms of Africa, we are not a big goat producer, but there are countries in Africa which are in the top 11 in terms of goat production in the world. In terms of SADC, we are the third largest goat producer, and I think we are the. I didn't look at the figures for other countries, but our goat numbers for some time and for a long time, we were around 6 million, and the estimate is that we are now around 5.2 billion. And maybe to note is that it is estimated that 78% of these goats are owned by smallholder farmers or black farmers. But now in terms of how the market looks for South Africa for goats, goat market is generally a live market-oriented business. For some time, the official statistics that we have been looking at were showing that from the Abattoir Association, where the goats are slaughtered, the goat statistics was combined with sheep, and they started to disaggregate around 2 years back, where they showed, I think, in the formal big abattoirs that they only slaughtered 2,000 goats. But Stats SA shows, I think this is 2021, that there were 768. The value of goats being imported live from Namibia, which is not talking about how much how many numbers they are. That this business is so big, I think it goes into about $4 billion, which translates to 768 million rand. So it's a very big market. The market, in terms of this informal engagement, what we see is that it is a market that is thriving very well in KwaZulu-Natal. How is the market working in terms of channels? Most of the goats, or some of the goats, are sold at farm gate. And this is partially part of the reasons why we have a lot of a spike in terms of theft, stock theft, where people in villages would complain about their goats being lost because the market is not properly regulated. The live goat market is dominated by market agents, and I think most of them are large. And we are seeing that there are some small buyers. We worked with market agents from KZN in 2005, and they were very small. And in terms of dynamics, for them to have capital for advance payments to be able to go into the market and negotiate with sellers. There is a livestock auction channel, which is more formal, and a lot more structured. In most cases, these livestock auctions are part of the goats become part of the larger auction where there is cattle and other species. But goats would be the second largest or the highest number of animals that are sold at those markets. What Stats SA shows us now in terms of slaughter numbers, it says that the number of goats slaughtered per year is around 13.8% of the population that we have. But what is also important, I think from what the introduction said, is that the goats are very important for livelihoods in rural areas. The number of people who own goats, most of them are owning very small numbers of goats. And that becomes important because if we can focus on making these small flocks very productive for these families to be able to sell, participate in the market and sell those some of those goats, that will make a very big difference in terms of income for those families. Just to give you an idea, I will talk about it later, but in terms of the comparison that we've made, is that the goat auctions that we initiate from the black marketer side compared to the ones that the normal large scale markets that we usually go to, the prices are very comparable, and goats would sell for not less than 1,500 on average. So if families can be able to realize such income from selling 5 goats, that would make a big difference. But from Stats SA General Household Surveys, it shows that the number of goat owners in terms of families has increased when the number of cattle owners decreased. So, and then that is an important aspect of how this plays a role in people's livelihoods. So as part of implementing Kaonafatso Dikgomo, I'm sorry, Chair, I have to cough. I'm not well, so I'm going to switch off my mic so that I can. The way that we do KYD in provinces is that we have divided our effort in terms of 4 legs. And one of the legs is that we do training of farmers. We do the livestock recording and improvement advisory services. And the main focus then to say, how do we also work on market access? And our effort to work on market access is to make sure that we look at the promising levers. And one of the promising levers in terms of markets is livestock auctions, which globally would account for close to 60% of how animals move towards the consumer. So the 4th leg then becomes our internship, where then we make sure that we have enough numbers of people being exposed to working with farmers as part of training and as part of doing the work for farmers. So the main participants in KYD are livestock farmers, are cattle farmers. And when we do our auctions, usually being organized by local people, farmers being part of the organizing committees for these livestock auctions, consulting with auctioning companies, we then identify the number of animals that are available for sale, and the auctioneers would also indicate what the buyers would like to have, and then that is how auctions are organized. So goats become part of the animals that are sold at these livestock auctions. And the initiatives that we have focused on are initiatives that we have done in KwaZulu-Natal. So when we say our own initiative as ARC, working with provincial departments, we mean that these are auctions where the ARC personnel is actively involved. So there are many other auctions that are taking place in other parts of the country. If our personnel is not involved, we don't recognize them as part of the work that we are doing. So in terms of what we do then with auctioneers is that after every auction, the auctioneers would provide us with the statistics for that auction that took place. And based on that statistics, then we can do the analysis to see what the market price was for the day, who the participants were, and how many animals were sold. So what we see is that in terms of goat sellers, on average, about 50% of those goat sellers would be women. And the example that I'm going to show you is the example where the average market price would have been around the price that I was talking about, around 1,400, 1,500. My slide is not moving anymore. So this is an example of one auction that took place just in June, between June and July, and we then show you the number of animals that were sold and some of the dynamics in terms of what really happens at auction. So the largest number of animals that would sell at an auction when it is a good auction for goats, in most cases it would be around 200 animals. So the other auctions, I think this the first auction was a repeat. We've been doing this for 2 or 3 years, and the other 2 auctions were new auctions where the number of goats that were brought there was very low. But on average, then we are talking about a goat being sold for on average 1.5, and this is what is comparable with the goats sold in bigger auctions. What is important here is that these auctions that I'm showing here are the auctions in addition to us working with a big auctioneers. We have been able to put together to work with the province in KwaZulu-Natal and help one of the new entrepreneurs to establish their own auction company. And these are the auctions that were facilitated by that company. And this is a typical scene at our auctions. These are the kind of goats that are being sold. And this is where I said the majority of sellers there would be women, and the prices as they are, in our view, are comparable to what the other markets would offer. So, Chairperson, this is the brief overview of what we have been doing in terms of our initiative to help our communities to participate in goats market. What I have to just indicate is that there are small challenges that we come across. One of them is that the infrastructure, the fixed infrastructure in villages or in areas where we try to improve this market access would be designed for cattle, and then we then have to improvise to make sure that we can be able to handle goats and sheep in those auctions. And the alternative has been that maybe the other intervention should be, how do we then get the small mobile crates that can be carried on a truck or on a van to be able to get into deep rural areas to conduct this market livestock auctions. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Quite a good reflection of what is happening, I'm sure, across most of the provinces. But that was a good example within KZN. And thank you for that. I think you mentioned about us importing quite a number of live goats, and mainly they were coming from Namibia. Looking at the numbers on the trade map, I realized that we import about 167,000 live goats from these SACU countries, which is your Namibia, your Lesotho, your Botswana. And the question becomes, do we not have enough goats within the country that we have to import them? So those are some of the challenges that you've already highlighted. And thank you so much for that presentation. I'd like to now open the floor, colleagues, for questions or comments on the two presentations that have been made so far. Thank you. I see a hand. If there's no other hands, I'd like to welcome Wendy and Sfiso to pose a question, as well as Butomi. In that order, colleagues. Thank you. Wendy, you're muted. Wendy, you can unmute your mic, please. Okay, let's try Sfiso Rob. Please unmute your mic and ask your question.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My question is that due to the statistics that were shown, does this mean the women are the ones that are dominating the goats industry? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Daniel, I think we'll just allow the questions and then you can take them all together, if that's okay with you. Butomi, you can go ahead, please.
Good day, colleagues. Good morning.
Morning.
My question, I'm interested. I've seen the numbers, so I wanted to ask about the auction that will be hosted in Tzaneen, because I'm farming in Tzaneen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Nello.
Good morning. My question is just a follow-up to Tommy's question. How often do you have workshops, maybe in Limpopo, not to be specific? And yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that, colleagues. Wendy, I'm going to give you another chance before I ask Dr. Daniel to answer. All right, I think there's an issue there. Dr. Daniel, you can maybe please address the question so far.
Thank you, Chair. The first question about that's the large number of women in livestock auctions, goat auctions, indicate that they are the ones who are dominating the goat industry in the form of smallholder farmers. That I cannot answer definitely, but what we have seen is that when we do these initiatives, usually women would be the ones who are very active, but we are very interested in how much participation we are seeing from women. And that's the reason why we would highlight it when the numbers are high. But we have seen that the number of women do participate in the market as compared to men. Maybe it's because that would be the only resource that they have to be able to generate income from, and they would be the one who participate more. Maybe because men would have maybe used other resources like your cattle to generate income. In terms of the auction that is forthcoming in Zanin, Limpopo, I am not sure, but what I will do, I will have to get the details about that auction and get our field officers to be part of it so that we can be able to activate our interventions in Limpopo like we have done in KwaZulu-Natal. And the third question about how often do we have these training sessions? We have a program that we do with provinces, and I think somewhere the program is influenced by farmers' requests, and as soon as we can get that, if farmers with their local offices determine a need, then our officials will be able to participate there. I think that those were the three questions for now.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to allow two more. I see Matthews and Tolamo. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the webinar. My name is Matthews Mponzo. My question relates to the coordination of this program or auctions. Who initiates the coordination? Is it the ARC, NAMC, or farmers in their respective areas? The second question related to that is the issue about cooperatives, because I'm from rural South Africa tertiary cooperatives. What is the role of cooperatives vis-a-vis agents, market agents in the coordination of the market? And my last question is, why specifically KZN? Is it because there are a lot of goats in KZN, or which are not there in other provinces? Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank NAMC for hosting this webinar, and I am all for women farmers because most of our households are led by females. But here in the Northwest, we have a huge market on the goats that we see every Thursdays that buyers are coming as far as from KZN and what is it? And the Gauteng province. So my wish is only that, we can also try to empower new entrants into the market, and fund them with goats, because it shows that there is a decrease in the number of farmers in the Northwest, even though we are selling more goats, but there's a bit of a decline. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope I pronounced it correctly, Aubakwe. And then Nello, I think you have a follow-up question as well. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. I'm audible.
Morning.
Yes. My question was that are the stats that are shown by the ARC only about the KZN findings, or Is it the studs that were conducted across the 9 provinces? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, lastly, Nelo.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I know this question it's off the track about today's webinar. I just want to know when are we going to have webinars on goat raising and breeding? I'm interested in that as well.
No, thanks, colleagues, for those questions. Dr. Daniel?
No, thanks, Chair. Let me start with the first 3 questions that related to coordination. The first part of coordination in terms of who initiates, as part of the 4 legs that I indicated, as our field officers are working with farmers and in their engagement, farmers do indicate their wish to participate in auctions. The field of the Department of Agriculture in provinces also do that, and then they, in most cases, just start it as a trio, as a tripartite, just to say how then can we identify the auctioneer who can help us. So in most cases, that will be the Department of Agriculture in the province, the ARC, and farmers, and those are the ones who are leading that, and they are together then approaching auctioneers and to understand what the requirements would be. And we have these experiences where sometimes we get disappointed when there are no buyers or the price are not good. Sometimes the auctions don't succeed. But that is a farmer-led in a nutshell. There is an issue. There was a question about what is the role of cooperatives. In some instances, these farmers, as part of organized groups, they would be in the form of a farm association, and sometimes they would be in the form of a cooperative who are participating. But I don't think the question was about the role of a cooperative in the form of just being part of engagement, but a cooperative being a very active player who also leads the direction of how the process goes. And that is not where we have been seeing a lot of breakthroughs. So I think maybe the issue of how do we then engage with Tertiary Cooperative Association of South Africa, then that would also work. In terms of the question about is this only happening in KwaZulu-Natal and what about other provinces, we are gradually going into making sure that our officials in all provinces get into the mode of initiating this. But as far as we are reporting today, what you saw is what we have been able to see in KwaZulu-Natal. There are auctions, goat auctions taking place in other parts of the country, including in KwaZulu-Natal, where our officials are not involved, and we are not taking credit for that in terms of us being participant to that. I will say that I went to an auction last week in Bela Bela. There were goats there, and then there were the sellers were black farmers. But that is the well-established auction that has been taking place for many years. And this efforts that we are talking about here is where we are saying, instead of driving from your farm as a farmer for 400 kilometers to go to an auction, we could say, how do we then organize our farmers to be able to do that within a shorter radius of 40 or so? So that is the different approach that we've taken. I think I might have missed the last part of the last question from the last speaker.
The other question was that there's a number of goats in Northwest, and there's buyers from KZN and Gauteng. Maybe there's need to explore that market, and also I think it's about reflecting the numbers as well. And then the last one,
we have the farm gate sales where people come to buy, and because it's not organized, that has a potential to cause conflicts in our communities in the near future, in future, because I think thieves are also going to be part of the people who sell goats that don't belong to them. But in terms of your organized auctions, in most cases, you even have police being part of that to ensure that the animals, the owners are the ones who are selling animals. But the prices that we hear from villages from the owners, apparently there is a sign of satisfaction in terms of prices that people get from farm gate, from those out of fence sales. I don't know if that would be the trend everywhere, but being able to organize, like the first question was about empowering cooperatives, that would be a way to in the right direction.
And then I think the last one was the statistics, whether they reflect are they for the whole country? The ones that you showed in one of the slides.
The one about the percentage of farmers in terms of flock categories and head categories, that is the stats from Stats SA. Is a very old stats from the General Household Survey of 2016. So it is for the whole country. The one for the number of people who are participating in auction, that will be KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you. Okay, I think I will allow the last few comments and questions, and then we move on to the next presentation. Tato, I saw your hand was up, and Maputi.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question to the good doctor would be around specific breeds, Boer goat in particular. I see you've indicated that the average price for goats is going for around 1.4 in the market. Would you then say that there is benefit or no benefit at all in terms of farming with a particular breed, such as Boer goats in the South African market? Number two, I've seen your statistics as they relate to imports from other countries. How is South Africa looking where exports are concerned? Are we exporting any goats? Is there a market for the export of Boer goats or other goats in particular? Is that something worth pursuing? Because I ask this because I'm an emerging farmer in Pretoria, and we started farming with Boer goats. We are not at a stage where we can take any of our produce or animals to market, but we're in the process of researching, and your answers to these questions might help us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Maputi is here. It's Baldwin Nengobela using Maputi's. Just a quick question around pricing. If Dr. Mtiang can share, what type of pricing do they use? I noted that in most cases, some people will talk about weight, but when the users are not necessarily interested in the weight. So can you share if there's experience around that, how is pricing and the typical buyer in the KwaZulu-Natal auctions? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, for Wendy had a problem earlier, so I'll just allow her. And then Matthews will be the last person for this session. We will have opportunity to ask more questions in subsequent presentations, colleagues. So don't despair. Thank you. When do you have the floor? Please unmute your mic on your side. All right, I think there is a bit of a struggle there. So would you like to maybe address the questions, Doc?
The first question, in terms of a straight answer, will not be easy for me. But in terms of the breeds, most of the villagers who participate in auctions would bring what they have, and they have indigenous goats, most of them. I know that there are small pockets of opportunities for people to export goats. I don't have the real statistics and facts about that, but I think that there is. But the question that Baldwin asked is a very important one. When we go to cattle auctions, the prices are based on weight. Most of the goat auctions that we have is more visual in terms of how the size of the goat or so. But when you translate that into weight, then I think it is more about the experience of the farmer and the auctioneer. But I've not seen scales being used for goats. I hope Baldwin, maybe you'll just say if that was what you wanted to understand.
Okay, quickly, I just wanted to understand how do they price? Do they use scales? Because actually somebody just shared that he's looking for goats between this range, 30 and what, and then he's used the price. But generally, I've never seen people weigh goats. So I wanted to find out in KwaZulu-Natal if you have seen situations where scales are required, weights are used. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I've never seen the auction where they are using scales for goats and sheep.
Okay.
Thanks for that engagement, colleagues. And I think to just answer the question about the exports of goats, just a brief look at the exports, looking at one of the platforms that we use in order to check the trade. I have seen that in 2022, there were about 3,167 goats, and these are live goats that were exported by South Africa, and they were exported to countries like Egypt and Nigeria. So in terms of meat as well, we export very little goat meat compared to the other red meat that we have in South Africa. And with exports, unfortunately, you cannot see in terms of the breeds what exports have gone out of the country. It just basically aggregates the value or the number of goats, but it doesn't specifically say how much we do export. So I thought I would just add that for the question about the exports. There might also be a lack of statistics in terms of tracking the number of exports, just as we have challenges in tracking the amount of goats that we have in the whole country. So, but those are the official ones that we get from these export sites. So thank you so much, colleagues, for your questions and the presentation. And I'd just like to appreciate Dr. Daniel for that presentation and engaging the questions. We can now move on to Animal Improvement Act and of goats, and that will be given by Ms. Maputi. I'd like to give you the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, NAMC, for the opportunity to present this important session. I'm Maputi Study, working for the Directorate Animal Production and Subdirectorate Animal Improvement and Regulatory Services. My person that side, can you start sharing, because we are struggling with sharing of the slides this side. Good morning, Katu. Can you share the slides? Okay, thank you very much. On my presentation outline, I'll just do a quick snapshot on the livestock statistics in South Africa, then talk a bit about the regulatory landscape for animal production in South Africa, and then talk about the complementing eggs, declaration of breeds, the animal improvement schemes, and a little bit on structure of goat production in South Africa and the challenges facing goat production. On the issue of livestock statistics, so can we move the slides, please?
I miss, but it's moving from my side.
It's not moving from here, from where I am. I don't know if others can see the movement, but there's nothing. It's still on the presentation outline.
And Katu, can you please put it in slide mode?
Yeah.
Maybe I can share from my side.
Can
Let me share
colleagues
from my
see the
side.
movement?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Okay, Daniel has it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's moving now. Thank you very much. If you can look at this table, you can see that South Africa has a lot of animal genetic resources. If you go straight to the goats, the latest statistics shows that we have almost 5.1 million goats in South Africa, and the most goats being in the Eastern Cape province with 1.9 million goats. And this shows that a lot can be done in terms of goat production and production of chiffon and other goat products. And in terms of the regulatory landscape of animal production, we have this legislation called the Animal Improvement Act of 1998, is Act 62 of 1998, which is the pillar of animal production in South Africa. It governs the breeding, the identification and use of good quality animals in order to improve production and performance for a sustained food production and production of good quality products suitable for consumer needs. So under this act, we also promote what we call, the principle of to measure is to know, whereby we encourage farmers to take records or do data collection on traits such as the birth weight, weaning weights, in order to make predictions of growth rate, reproduction, and longevity in order to assess performance of animals. And under this act, we have several regulatory functions that we are implementing, like implementation of the animal improvement schemes. Although we are not doing the actual implementation, we have appointed the Agricultural Research Council to implement the schemes on our behalf, like what Dr. Mutiang already presented about the Kaonafatso ya Dikgomo. That's one of the animal improvement schemes that we are implementing under the Animal Improvement Act. I'm saying implementing because we have to, the Act stipulates that we have to implement the animal improvement schemes, but still the minister has to appoint an implementing agency to implement on our behalf. We also do the importation and exportation of animal genetic materials like the live animals or live goats, semen, ova, and embryos for use in animal breeding. We also register what we call the donor animals, which are used for collection of genetic material. We register reproduction operators, the artificial inseminators, embryo collectors, semen collectors in terms of Section 7 of the Animal Improvement Act. And also the reproduction centers, we have a few private reproduction centers that are registered in terms of Section 7 of the Animal Improvement Act, the likes of Embryo Plus, Absolute Genetics, and in vitro fertilization. Those are the few private reproduction centers that are registered in terms of Section 7 of the Act. We also register the import agents, who are the middlemen who facilitate import and also export of animal genetic resources or animal genetic material. We also register the breeder societies, who are the custodian of respective breeds in South Africa. And they register the breeds we register the breeds looking at the breed standards, because you can't just register an animal without a proper identification of that particular animal. And we also have complementing acts and systems that that also promotes animal production, because you can't just look at the quality, but you also have to look at issues of animal health and animal diseases. There's the Animal Health Act, Act 7 of 2002, which provides for measures that promote animal health and control animal diseases, and they also regulate importation and exportation of animals and genetic materials, and including the animal products. What they do, they formulate what we call health protocols with other countries to ensure smooth importation and exportation of animals, looking at animal health issues. We also have the Animal Identification Act, Act 6 of 2002, which determines the legal ownership of animals, and also used to deter stock theft, because if we don't combat stock theft, animal production will be compromised. There is currently a bill that is due to be approved, but we are implementing it at other provinces, where we want to promote tracking and tracing of animals from farm to fork, in order for consumers to be comfortable when eating products from our farmers. Because nowadays, when you check from other countries, one can know where the animal comes from. When you buy meat from a market, from a food market, you know where that animal comes from. So we need to work on that as South Africa, to have the livestock traceability and identification system. But a little bit of work is being done in other provinces to facilitate the tracking and tracing of animal products and animals. South Africa has a lucrative goat industry, which consists of fiber, meat, and dairy producing breeds. Our minister declared or listed some of the breeds to be used in animal production in terms of Section 2 of the Animal Improvement Act. We have the indigenous and locally developed, which were listed. We have the Kalahari Red, the South African Boer goat, Savannah goats, and in 2019, we declared the Tangwa goats and the indigenous feral goats. We also have the locally adapted. These are the goats that are being imported from other countries. The Angora, we have the Angora, the British Alpine, Gono Altai, the Sanden, and the Teuchenberger. These are the animals that are listed under the Animal Improvement Act. I'm not saying that other breeds are not important, but these were listed based on their breed standards. And I also talked about the implementation of the animal improvement schemes, which are being implemented by the ARC on behalf of the department. I'll just go straight to the National Small Stock Recording and Improvement Scheme. Any farmer can join this scheme with the aim of providing genetic improvement services in order to enhance biological and economic efficiency of the small stock flocks in South Africa. The ARC does a lot of work here, where they guide our farmers on how to record some of the important traits for improvement of these animals. We also have the Kaonafatso Dikgomo scheme. I'm sure Dr. Mutiang already explained a bit about the Kaonafatso ya Dikgomo. It's not Dikgomo per se, but Dikgomo can be any type of livestock like our goats, sheep, and cattle. And in terms of the structure of goat production in South Africa, the systems are classified into smallholder or communal, the commercial production systems, and we have the seed stocks industry, which is placed on top of the livestock pyramid to ensure that our farmers receive good quality stock for production. They supply our commercial breeders with genetic material suitable for production of animals and animal products. And I just want to talk with pride that South Africa is one of the few countries that developed goat breeds such as the Boer goat, the Kalahari Red, and the Savannah. And I believe that through the KYD, we can be able to identify some of the breeds under smallholder farmers that will be suitable for the conditions under smallholder farming sector. We have a lot of goats, indigenous goats, uncharacterized, that are kept under small-scale farming conditions. And these animals have low birth weights, and they're characterized by low birth weights, low mature weights. So they need a lot still need to be done under the smallholder farming sector in order to improve the quality of the goats. And we have this goat seed stock sector, which comprises of less than 300 breeders. We don't need a lot of them because not anyone can produce seeds to be used for the future. But at the current moment, we only have 300 breeders, and they are playing a very good role in terms of providing good quality stock to our farmers, both locally and internationally. Like our Boer goats are well known worldwide for their big weights and high growth rates. And we also tried to register the South African Boer Goats Breeder Society in order to protect this important breed, to ensure that it doesn't disappear like other breeds that have disappeared in South Africa. So the Breeder Society is responsible for maintaining the purity and the purity of this Boer goat, to ensure that the breed standards stays as they are. We still need to see the Boer goat being a goat that grows to that high weight and producing to benefit our community or the South African society. We have the Savannah, the Kalahari Red breeds goat clubs, which are also responsible for protection of these two breeds. And we are also in the process of establishing the Indigenous Feld Goat Breeder Society, but we have respective clubs existing in different provinces in South Africa, which is a very good move to protect our IVG breed. And I already indicated that lately we declared the Tangwa breed. We are working with the Northern Cape Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to establish a Tangwa Goat Association, which will be responsible for protection of this indigenous breed. And in terms of challenges, I don't know if Dr. Mutiang already touched on the challenges facing goat production in South Africa. We have a problem of lack of proper housing. If you go around rural areas, you'll noticed that most of the goats are just moving around. They don't have proper housing, or the housing is on an open space. And when it's cold, our animals suffer from those kind of weathers. And poor grazing management is also a challenge. We don't have camps for our animals under smallholder farming sector, and this is where most of the goats are found. And we also have a problem of water shortage. That one, like we all know that South Africa is a water scarce country. Limited veterinary care is also a problem. Our animals under smallholder farming sectors are exposed to various diseases. So we need to work very hard in terms of providing veterinary services to our smallholder farmers. I already talked about breeds that have been developed, but there's still a gap under smallholder farming sector where we can say that this type of breed feeds the smallholder farming sector. With that, colleagues, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Setati. I see a clap of hands. There's been a few comments on the chat bar, but we'll move on to the next presentation, and then we will take the questions. So colleagues are welcome to just jot down some of the questions that they have for Ms. Setati. So we'll move on to the next presentation, which will be the SA goat meat market and its potential, supply versus demand, tried and tested. This will be from the Ingoso goat meat enterprise. Thanks, colleagues. Is the presenter here? Do we have a presenter? I see that it's Mr. Buhle.
Yes, he's here. He's here. He's joining.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Buhle, can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You may go ahead with your presentation, please.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to join you guys a bit later. I just had a bit of a busy morning traveling from one location to another. But I'll just get straight to the point. Thank you so much for the invitation from NAMC, as well as sharing my greetings to everyone that is in attendance. My name is Buhlebenko Simbata. I represent an entity called Ingoso Goat Meat Enterprise, but also I'm the chairperson of Kagaza Goat Farmers Association, which is based in KZN, but we have outskirts all over the country in Gauteng, Eastern Cape, as well as the Northwest right now. More or less, I think I'm really passionate about this industry, and I'm hoping that whatever engagement that we have today will be able to impact anybody that's going to be listening. So you guys are going to be controlling my presentation, but more or less it's just for aesthetics. More of the things that I'm going to be saying are really going to be coming from my heart, because I'm really passionate about this industry. But we can go ahead to get, I'll call you program director, who's going to be controlling the presentation at large. So, okay, I'm not going to wait for the presentation. I'm going to open it on my side. I'm hoping that it's visible to you guys as well.
Not yet. Are you going to share it from your side?
Okay, I requested that you guys host it on your side because my network is a bit unstable. So,
Daniel?
Please, can he share it?
Daniel, are you able to share the presentation?
Yes, we'll show it just now.
Okay, no problem. So let me just go ahead. As I had alluded before, I've been farming. I've been in the goat farming industry for the past 7 years now. Started off as a novice farmer, more or less, but ended up being, bringing my innovative mindset and appetite towards this industry. I was converted into goat farming by listening to another expert who is an industry leader on his own regard. But I was really captivated by the value that possibly it can generally be able to offer going on forward. So the more or less, a lot of things that I'm going to be sharing today are based off experimental measures. But from experimental, they've now sort of like being able to create something of a product, if you could say, because what we started off was an hypothesis to say that what is the reason why goat meat is not as retailed as compared to other forms of meat. Then from then on, it just blew up. So within the 7 years of inception, of my inception as a farmer, there's a lot that I've experienced as well as challenges towards this industry, but it then brought forth the many offerings that we're offering right now. And quite honestly, our main objective as a company is to really emancipate the demand that is uncertain that a lot of people have towards this industry, and which is why we are pushing as much as we are pushing. So the content shows there. I've given the brief, and then just a background on the initiative. We call it Inxoso Goat Meat. I'll explain why we call it Inxoso Goat Meat. Then I'll touch on a bit on the demand as well as the niche that we have discovered that all of us technically have known of, but we've been really not as informed about it. The supply, do we have enough goats to cover the supply the demand that we've actually discovered, the threats and challenges to progress, as well as the opportunities and the driving vehicles towards that. So then let's get to it. Next slide, please. Okay, as I've said, my background is in publishing and marketing. So as much as I've recently started, as I've said, 7 years is really a low kind of year to call yourself a breeder. But I think on the point of starting, there's a lot that I've really realized and that appears as a challenge to most goat farmers, more or less, because a lot of us are still considered as subsistence farmers in South Africa, but we do not have an economical kind of footprint when it comes to having an industry that is impactful. So my background, as I said, is in product development as well as publishing and marketing. So I think it will generally be able to make sense why, essentially, would you consider having a publisher, then having a product that is currently entertaining the market and getting people so excited down here in KZN as well as in Gauteng. Yeah, so we can go through to the next slide.
Mohair, do we still have you?
Next slide, please.
Mohair, you had a bit of a hiccup there. Buhle, you are muted. Please unmute your mic. Hello, Buhle. Buhle. I think we might have lost Buhle there. I'm just going to ask Katu to please check on him, and then we'll see if we can move on to the next presentation and give him some space.
Noted, Onel.
Colleagues, we will get in touch with Buhle and maybe get him back online. But for now, I will allow questions for Ms. Satati. If you had any questions regarding the regulations on the goat meat market. With the show of hands, so that we can unmute your mic. If you had any questions for the first speaker. I see a hand from Wendy. Wendy was the first one, but I think she also posted on the chat bar or the Q&A because she's struggling with unmuting. But I'll read it after the other colleagues. Chilidzi, Polelo, Matthews, and Putiane, in that order, please. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm Chilidzi. I've just started goat farming about 12 months ago, so I don't know much about the business. I've got two questions. The first one is actually just a comment, which is a general one, and that is a request if we are going to be sent all the presentations which are being offered today for references and for something one may have missed. The question for Ms. Tati is that she said anyone can join the National Small Stock Recording and Improvement Scheme. Can she please indicate how one goes about to join? That's it from me.
Thank you. Polelo. Yes.
Hi, on the last speaker, I just have a question under the background on goat meat. At the bottom of the slide, can you bring the slide back, please? Hello? Hello.
You mean the Ingoso?
The last slide on from the farmer who is farming with goats, and he was talking about goat meat. Right at
Yes,
the bottom, right, there's a statement that says it is cheaper to farm with goats than cattle, or it's cheaper to farm with meat with goat meat than beef on the slide. Now, I just wanted to find out how did he arrive at that statement? If there is some metrics that he can show that it is cheaper to farm with goats than with cattle. Thank you. If you can hear me.
yes, I can. Colleagues, yes. Matthews and Putiane, can we please just park the questions? Our speaker is back, so I'd like to just give him a chance to finish the presentation, and then we will engage the two presentations together. Thank you. Buhle, if you can please continue with your presentation. Thanks, colleagues, if you'll allow.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I apologize for that. I just had a quick power cut where I am, but I was able to then come back very quickly. So I won't waste any further time. Let me just go straight into the presentation. Mr. Can you showcase the presentation quick? Okay, I think we were on background on slide number 4. Slide number 4. Okay, thank you so much. I was touching on this brief statement on some of the research that you've been doing in the past years, as I explained. That obviously, I think most of us might know that we know that goat meat is amongst the most consumed types of meat all over the world, mainly because of the different regions that goats become available at, mostly from South Asia, Middle East, Latin America, more or less, because it's one of the most, I would say, fairly available livestock to be able to be farmed at a communal level, or even more domestically, depending on whoever is attempting to farm it. It's quite cultural and multinational in the sense that you get it almost across all I'll call continents, more or less, because if you go to Europe in Portuguese, in Portugal, that's why it's referred to as caprito. You go to France, it's the term chevron or name chevron came from, it's a French term. You go to Central America, you go to Africa and Uganda, it's very favorable. Kenya, Nigeria, Mozambique, it's a multi easily available kind of protein compared to others, if really we're looking at it in that sense. One of the things that makes it fairly favorable is its health components. The leanness of the meat's protein itself makes it much more favorable in terms of health, low in calories, low in cholesterol. It's even leaner and compared to chicken and turkey, proven in some studies where it has 122 calories compared to beef, which has about 179, chicken 162, more or less. So the aspect of goat's meat being a fairly favorable kind of a product in terms of the health base is one that generally makes it much competitive if you'd really bring it closely to its closest competitor, which is mutton. Now, this essentially makes it a fairly good kind of product at which you can now fight at which to get a shelf space, at which we are doing right now. So in terms of farming methods, seeing as goats, more or less, if you're looking at the different types of breeds on the operation that each farmer might be doing, goats are grazers, goats are browsers, which then essentially then brings into question the type of area where you are going to be farming. Is it going to be lucrative in the sense that you're going to have browsing area or grazing area, enough grazing area? If you have a fair amount of veld or good enough types of trees, as we always witness here in our rural areas, you generally get the best product, especially if you're just looking at the common goats, not one that's possibly you are thinking on along the line of feedlots. Now, I heard this other gentleman asking this question with the statement that I made right there at the bottom, that it's cheaper to farm for red meat compared to beef and healthier than mutton. Now, more or less, if you're going to be getting into commercial farming of beef, more or less, or cows, you generally need more grazing area, or you generally need more land in order for you to entertain the animals that you have in terms of keeping. Now, we are making this conclusion based on in terms of area of farming compared to the cows, at which you would generally need a bigger form of space. I mean, in a space where you'd be farming like almost about 10 cows, depending on how half a hectare or whatnot, generally looking at the size of the animal, you'll be able to house more goats compared to that. Now, the only reason why we are making this assertion is because if it could be a direct competitor to beef, then we could fairly say that it could be easier to farm more goats if goat meat is considered or consumed as much as would be for beef. So we are looking at in terms of area of farming, as well as in terms of consumption. As I alluded that when it comes to goats, more or less you're going to be looking at the browsing area that which you're going to be having, as well as minimal compared to cow farming or normal cattle farming. You're going to have lesser quantities for consumption because, as I said, goats are browsers. So more or less, the consumption of feeds would be on the side of just finishing up in terms of whether you're feedlotting or either you are flash feeding for your ewes before the kidding season. Now, as much as we had looked at the many positives that are brought forth by the goat meat as a commodity, we still have a great question when it comes to South African and looking at the South African context in terms of availability. So a number of things that I asked myself in the initial stages of getting to this program or trying to innovate using ideas was, then why then are we not seeing as many or many opportunities opening up for goat farmers to be able to retail or supply retailers more or less to be able to put the goat meats into shelves. So now, based on that assumption, I was then able to start a project which I call Inxoso Goat Meat. The reason why I call it Inxoso is because Inxoso is a vernacular term or a vernacular name that is used by Zulu-speaking, Nguni-speaking people that generally associate a good tasting meal of meat as Inxoso, more or less. So if you go to any Zulu person and actually ask them, when last have you Inxoso? To them, this is not just association of just meat. It has to be something that is delectable in such a way that it is remembered with the last time they had delicious meat. So the reason why we wanted to associate this with goat meat was to create this desire at which we have seen that a lot of the things that cause a lot of people to have the skeptical mindset towards goat meat is because of the uncertainties and the use that has been already there, at which more or less we can say that the biggest competitor to retailed or normal commercialized goat meat is the informal live goats selling business model that which a lot of people are used to. So the reason why we wanted to associate this name or this term into the product is for us to be able to create the sense of desire and demand. And quite honestly, it has worked in our favor because a lot of people right now who have been buying our products have been saying that they've been skeptical for the longest time. But because of the association and the rebranding that we've presented, they've now really come to have a more desirable approach towards consuming goat meat, because now it's less cultural or traditional or religious, religiously connotated, but right now it has a more product feel towards it. So we can move on to the next slide. So then, as I'd asked and alluded before, that one of the reasons why we started this project was to really prove, because there's always this question of demand. Is there demand for goat meat? I mean, if we really look into the amount of auctions that have been happening, I mean, just last week, I saw a goat being auctioned for 500,000 per bag in one record that has been taken in South Africa. We commonly see goats being auctioned, we commonly see goats being exported, but KZN being one of the biggest importers of goats for other uses, then it raises the question of why then haven't we seen goat meat commercialized as much as we possibly can. So one of the key competitors or key disregarding factors is that the informal use of goats is the common thing that is so common to people at a psychographic manner. Then it then becomes that creates that skepticness that a lot of people have towards consuming it. But luckily, with different initiatives that we are trying to drive, we are really trying to reposition inyama yembuzi in the minds of people. One of the other things that touches on the supply part is obviously the farming, the methods that a lot of people have been using, paying attention to obviously the winners as well as the products that is going to be given to either the processor or the market at large. So a lot of people have been generally farming goats more or less for either rebreeding to sell to other breeders, or either to sell to offshore or external markets in forms of exports. So internally, a lot of people have been really skeptical in getting to this space. So there is also the uneducated market factor at which we are trying to eradicate with the brand at which we've created. As I did say, that this also contributes to the negative connotation that a lot of people, especially South African originators, your Zulu speaking, Xhosa speaking, across different cultures, we have concluded that a lot of people still have that negative kind of connotation towards seeing goats as a form of religious use only and not for general consumption. Now we touch on the space of psychographics because we believe that psychographics is much better than demographics right now. The same influence that a brand can have on a 16-year-old can be there on a 64-year-old, depending on the beliefs and the understanding and exposure that both these two possible customers may have. Now, as much as, yes, we may say the buying power is much more with the older generation, but there is still greater influence from the younger generation to the older generation. So that's why it was important for us to create a brand that will reshape the psychological connotation that goat meat brings, both across different cultures, more or less, even with the white population as well, or white race group. There is also that skepticness when it comes to it. The amount of demand or the size of demand as well as the market then answers the question: is it worth farming? Is the market quite clearly clear for anybody to say they can decide to invest in this type of farming? Now, based on the research that we've been doing, we are now trying to really regionalize more or less where most people are really prone to actually consume goat meat because of exposure, as well as, you know, being exposed to the messages that come from brands like ours to be able to actually want to be actually partake into. So there's still a lot of research that still needs to be done in terms of the consumer markets in terms of the actual product going on forward, at which we are really trying to, drive the agenda and discussion towards this in order for us to be able to get the necessary effective data to be able to influence other institutions and other participants that would want to come into the trade of it. Now, some of the key things that actually affect the supply of it is the farming challenges that most farmers have. In particular, when you are looking at these exotic breed types. Now, when I talk about exotic breed types, I'm talking about your elite breeds like your Boerboks, your Kalahari Reds, your Savannas, your large frame kind of goats, at which we as the processor or meat processor are looking into having. Because obviously you get more carcass weights. Now, these goats are fairly much difficult to farm if you're going to be moving them from one location into a different location because of the habitat. If you do not have the necessary means to be able to look into the adaptation period, you're going to have a very difficult way of farming them. So we can say, based on the hypothesis that we had, we can then say that farming challenges are amongst the things that are causing small farmers and subsistence farmers to be able to have the necessary stock to entertain us as the market in terms of what we want as specifications for the product. So there's still no synergy for supply between farmers, the retailers, product producers, marketers, more or less, because there's a huge gray area amongst between all these key players, which then contributes possibly, based on our hypothesis or assumption, contributes to not having things such as a grading system to be able to look into the type of, I'm using a grading system as a typical example, but I know that at some point it can't be something that is fairly close to possibly a beef grading or mutton grading because of the subcutaneous fats that or intermuscular fats that goats might possibly not have to actually determine the marbling of it. But I know for a fact that depending on the quality of the product, there is a system that could be created in order for feedlots and others to be able to do in terms of grading. Now, there are a few feedlots that we've conducted research with that have possibly been able to give us a systematic kind of way that possibly in the future a grading system for goat meat could be there. Now, if such systems are there, possibly the retailers can then be able to be, eager to want to entertain the markets at large. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So in terms of supply, because that's a key question when it comes to opening up a new market, how much do we really have in order for it by it I mean the goat meat markets? How much can we actually take up? From someone that has started off by having goats in his farming operation to at a point where you are now trying to store meat because of the demand, I can fairly say that people really need to be educated in terms of the goodness that the product actually have. By the product, I mean goat meat. And then it then comes to the question that how much can you actually entertain them? And I can fairly tell you guys without any doubt that there is demand and people are really eager to want to get into consuming it. But now the question is, what are the challenges that generally affect the supply part? I mean, some of the challenges that which we picked up on our experimental exercise was obviously goats are seasonal animals, at which can possibly, if you then are trying to entertain a niche market of some sort, you have to have fair enough of a rotational kind of breeding plan in order to consistently have it available throughout the year or throughout the different seasons. So then you will generally be able, you can only entertain this if you can be able to have a large number of farmers that are housing such goats in a similar way, farming in a similar magnitude, in order for the market to be entertained. We need more census kind of database activities to actually record in terms of regions. How many goats do we have per region or per province or per town, more or less, in order for us to actually see that possibly we can able to take up this demand. I still say that a stakeholder farmers, consumers, retailers, all these people are isolated in a sense. I don't see any sort of unifying kind of initiative, even from the different departments that is there, to generally now say to the public, hey, to the public, the goat meat can be available. Let's sit down, let's have a roundtable kind of session and come up with initiatives to actually make it available. So they still need, a great need for research and development and support from different stakeholders like the government, private sectors, consumer sectors as well, in order for this to go forth. There's still also a need on education on the products and availability of it. Now, there is a slide at which is we're gonna talk about a project that was done in the Northern Cape by the Kalahari Corporation, the Kalahari Kid Corporation, at which at some point they tried to retail goat meat, and unfortunately, because of the seasonal aspects of goats, at some point, you wouldn't find it on the shelves. They still need exotic goats. There is a great need in terms of rural viewpoints of modifying or improving genetics in order to have these necessary goats be able to be offered to processors like your butcheries and abattoirs. One of the things that a lot of people tend to come to me for is to try to sell us some of their goats, and then we find that in terms of sizes, they are really not, they don't even meet the spec that we have. So genetical improvement is still needed in the rural areas in order for us to be able to have a discussion going forward. There's a low count of successful goat farming projects locally. I mean, I base that on this aspect of having it available for slaughter and processing and retailing. I do note that there are a lot of key players in terms of breeders when it comes to goats, particularly in the different spheres, from your Angora goats, from Buddha box and all these other exotic types. But more or less, these entities, or I say these societies, are really focused on just genetical, improvement, growth, and then after that, the key market for them is exports or selling to other breeders. It's usually not just to sell to retailers who will possibly be able to create meat products from that animal, mainly because the market is still very much uncertain. So we still need exotic goats, breeders to be able to assist local and rural farmers to be able to, improve their genetics going forward in order for them to be able to entertain or supply their stock to people like ourselves. Okay, I've spoken about adaptation challenges, live goat businesses, and as I said, more breeders. If you go to any breeder, they will tell you that their key market is essentially auctions, or it's purely for exporting reasons, because the market is bigger outside the country more or less than South Africa. So all these problems are more or less more focused on what we have discovered in our country, in South Africa, more or less, more than compared to others that are outside the country. Next slide, please. Okay, so as a way forward, as I said, that what do we need to actually improve this? We do, I'm sorry about that spell, proving, I was supposed to say proving the markets. A number of niche, listen, a lot of people are, or a lot of organizations are really thinking of this at a theoretical sense, or normal at an initial sense. A lot of people are testing this out privately, because I always see this, because every now and again, I sit down with someone that is a possible key stakeholder to this initiative. You see the way that they light up, and the way that they really agree in saying that, no, this initiative of commercializing goats, particularly for retailing, is one that is long overdue. In particular, I'm going to speak in particular to my province, KZN, which a number of initiatives has been attempted in the past. And unfortunately, because of different challenges that have been there, a lot hasn't been really accomplished entirely, but we still say that the market is still there, because we have been exhibiting in a number of events, including the Durban Business Fair and other fairs that are local as well as outside our province, and where we get a very fair and good response from people saying that we really want this meat to be able to be available. So I've mentioned a number of projects that I've been following, including the Kalahari Corporation, Kid Corporation in the Northern Cape, some projects in Umsinga as well. I've been really following over the years and seeing some attempts that they've been making in order for this protein to be actually get into the space at which it needs and for it to get the necessary attention that it needs. So I think one of the key things is obviously, as I had mentioned before, is educating the market more or less. You know, there are a lot of people that are buying our products currently who play a very huge customer base of our list, who are really health conscious, who are really, you know, those people that tend to complain about gouts, and at which they are told by doctors not to consume red meats anymore. They use goat meat as an alternative. So far, we haven't heard anybody say, yeah, my gout has gotten worse, for instance. As much as we still want to challenge a lot of health and academic institutions to generally be able to have more factual data for this, but it's generally the reviews that we are getting currently from all the customers that are buying meat from us. There has been no allergies that we've gotten. I'm not saying that goat meat doesn't have allergies, by the way. According to research, we did find that a certain amount is not really favorable because of the amount of potassium that possibly it might have. So, but so far we haven't really had someone come back and say, hey, listen, I got a sore stomach, as based on the many you know, unorthodox responses that people generally have when it comes to goat meat. So this is just one of the ways at which we can make it favorable to people, because there is a huge health benefit element to it, at which a lot of people actually, you know, prefer it over other forms of meat. So currently we've been able to, you know, work with foodies, bloggers, chefs. There are a number of chefs that we're currently working with. Chefs find goat meat very, I don't know, challenging in the sense, because it's a very lean protein. So you have to be very careful and very, you know, mindful of it, the end product, for you to get the best product. So the chefs are really finding it fairly, you know, enjoyable to use. But more or less, more customers from, you know, from people that are from Africa are really enjoying it, especially in Gauteng, seeing as we've started supplying some restaurants in Gauteng to be able to be available. So I think probably it could be possibly one of the most favorable forms of proteins going forward. And, you know, based on our assumptions, we are really looking forward to that to actually happen, because it does offer opportunities for farmers in the long run. I mentioned the creative cooks. You know, goat meat is more muscle. It's more protein, more or less, more than fat. So it needs to be cooked in a very low heat kind of a setting at which you're gonna get the best flavor. Has that gamey flavor that generally a lot of people that are, you know, adventurous eaters actually find it favorable. We also need to offer diverse offerings. Now we've started creating goat sausages and wors, and to the Shisanyamas and Shisanyama people that is who are generally in Ulundi, in one butchery that I supply called the 3838. A lot of people are generally prone to the goat wors because it has that more meaty kind of component to it. So we also discovered that there is a high demand on goat meat in the 5 provinces that we have, you know, trickled, and we've seen that a lot of people have been giving us fair amount of reviews in terms of having it consistently available. So this generally can contribute to actually making more data in order for us to justify that the market is fairly big and is available for anybody to partake. Next slide, please. Okay, I think more or less I did touch on these challenges in previously, but we could just summarize on this. We need the market obviously to be formalized in order to have it being encouraged as one of the most mainstream kind of farming for supply in the mainstream meat economy or mainstream meat business. We also need to try to look into the farming expenses. Obviously, a lot of people generally are farming goats at a general or lowercase level, at which we just want them to be able to be part of the mainstream. But obviously, if they are now moving into the commercial routes, certain things and infrastructure development, feeding plans need to be in place in order for that to happen. So it's part of the threats and challenges for progress going forward. A lot of farmers do experience a high mortality rate when it comes to kids. So it's one of the challenges that we've seen as well through the research that we've been doing. We need more farmers to be educated and encouraged, because a lot of farmers, particularly in KZN, are really skeptical about farming goats, particularly in the exotic goats that come from other provinces, because they just are afraid of the adaptation period, which is very costly when it comes to farming, because there's a lot that generally happens when the animal adapts into a new environment. Right, farmer support is needed, and in order, as I spoken about the adaptation part. Financial intervention from private and government, that is a huge one, huge space at which we are trying to play into as well, because we are looking for even international investors right now, looking at the efforts to try to formalize this, and it's looking good so far, because a lot of people are believing in this initiative, because there's this scare around food security and so on. R&D, as I said, I spoke about the grading and quality aspects of it before. If we can have more people participating in providing the data, we can generally be able to have a system of grading in terms of goats. Census, I spoke about this. There's a lot of economical and political interruptions in terms of this. And a lot of people that is particularly who have been based in KZN, they will tell you about this last problem. As we move on to the next slide, please. Okay, I'm just going to summarize these two last slides, because obviously it's just based on what we have been doing. As I mentioned, that our core initiative was to rebrand and reposition goat's meat in the minds of people. So we have done a number of collaborations and a number of partnerships with different forms of brands and other products, like your spices, your sauces, and people in the food space, your chefs and so on, mainly because we really want to get into the space of repositioning it as a brand, more or less. So it has been happening and working in our favor, more or less, in the past, because we started this, I think, just after 2020 in COVID, where even during that period, a lot of people obviously were curious with our branding and marketing strategies. But right now, we are really trying to entertain the retailing space, at which demands are really these guys, they want huge quantities. And it's one of the challenges that we possibly have in terms of meeting the spec, because, people will tell you about 10 tons on a monthly basis. And for now, until possibly we can get enough support and much support from farmers and suppliers, we can then be able to entertain this. But we are fairly comfortable with our niche, because they believe in our brand. They believe in they believe in the products, but it's more or less, I think it's the repositioning bit that we did very well in having them, eager to want to actually participate in becoming our customers. Next slide, please. And I think that's the final slide as I reach my conclusion. Oh, yes. Yeah. So I think more or less, just besides the disruption that I really apologize about, one thing that I can personally suggest and encourage that we do more of, and I'm thankful for NAMC to actually host this session with many individuals like yourselves, is that we need to really start having this conversation about goats as products, as commodities, and as they are available. Because personally, I always feel like, as much as you may have livestock, but the end product is essentially what everybody else can access, because you can breed as many goats. Like literally this morning, I was called by a lady that says, who is based in Ntlongwana in Ulundi, saying that she has 300 goats. She's been farming goats ever since in fact, her dad was farming goats before her. So they've been farming goats in the whole family. At some point where she needed to go to school, goats were sold. for that money. She went to school, went to boarding school. Literally this morning, I lied to you not. So then, but now the markets, because all these animals are readily available. So the question now is, where do I go with so much that I have? As much as, yes, there's a lot of evaluation that still needs to happen, but I think having my core point was on having a lot of such sessions to actually educate people in terms of being knowledgeable of how to actually take the product, no matter the animal, from the general phase into an improved phase at which you can now entertain the market more or less going forward. So the holistical component of having continuous roundtables, continuous engagements, having people more eager, having more interviews on radios, I've been doing a lot of radio interviews in the past years. This is much needed. You know, there's so much that is unknown that people do not know of when it comes to goat meat. More or less is as well as in milk, more or less in mohair and hides and all these other things. So now having more of these sessions is very helpful in that sense, that it's gonna be able to take us forward. So as I conclude, we're gonna be hosting a goat value expo, a value chain expo at the end of the month, and at which I do wish that, end of the month of November, at which I do wish that people that can come through, because we've started actually bringing key stakeholders like your retail managers, some investors, to actually have a table session with us as farmers, to actually sit down and actually give them what we've been doing over the past few years to prove that really we do have a market more or less in essence to be able to be entertained going forward. I think that's the last session. The last slide would be contact information, and then yeah, I think I will conclude with that. Yes, if you wanna get in contact with us, just search anywhere else. Our name is fairly unique, Inxoso Goat Meat. On Facebook, we are fairly active, and all these other platforms. But more or less, I think we are really eager to partner up with anybody that is eager to actually want us to be able to start the conversation. Because for me, it's all about having the conversation, and as more people get educated and informed, we'll be able to take it forward. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, I'll end it there for now.
Thank you so much, Buhle, that presentation. I see a lot of clapping of hands, so thank you so much for that. I think I'll now open up the floor for questions. I've seen the questions on the Q&A. I almost missed them, but I think I'll start with the one on the chat bar, and then I'll move on to the Q&A. And I would like to also welcome the other presenters to address the questions if they have any answers to the questions, and not just Buhle, and also the speakers that are going to speak later on. So one of them on the chat bar is that they have an interest in goat farming, but they do not have the knowledge on where to begin. Where does someone like them start in terms of choosing the breed, the housing of the animals, and growing healthy animals? I think that one could possibly be taken by Buhle in terms of where does one start in terms of goat farming. And also in your presentation, you mentioned that there's 5 provinces with high demand for goat meat. And the question is, which provinces are those? Is Gauteng leading as one of the moderate consumers for goat farming? I think you can take those for now, and then I'll just read the ones on the Q&A, and I'll take the hands after that. Thank you.
Okay, program director, you're just gonna remind me on the 2. I was just looking for something to write on, but I do remember the last one at which you said which are the 5 provinces. We've proven that Gauteng is fairly the highest that we usually get call outs in terms of having supply. I can fairly say it's because of the diverse cultural makeup of the population. You have a lot of people coming from the Indian community, you know, African community, you know, so we have really seen that there's greater demand. Quite honestly, even now, we are trying to set up a store in Melrose to be able to entertain this. So yeah, Gauteng is proving to be fairly higher than that. And then KZN is really coming about because obviously we originated the idea here in KZN. And quite honestly, compared to the first 2 years where we started, we are now seeing that there's an uprise of people actually coming in. I occasionally get voice notes, people saying that I was really skeptical of eating goat meat because I thought it was inyama yamadlozi, so ancestral uses. So, but the way that you guys are really marketing it, it's making it so favorable that I want to actually consume, especially the goat wors, which I really feel like it's actually becoming a really great product. So just program director, just remind me of those 2 other questions.
The other one was, how does one start with goat farming if someone is interested? In terms of your experiences of where can someone start raising also healthy animals and choosing the breed and things like that?
Okay, I personally, I believe the best way to start is just to learn everything that you possibly can in terms of the operation that you want to get into. Now, there's a video that I have on YouTube that I emphasize this notion of one breed, one product. We especially in Africa, we have this concept of just thinking that goats are just goats. But more or less, if you really can be focused on a particular breed, you'll be able to then know which region it's generally favorable towards it. So the best start for me is just really, we do offer some trainings in particular to be able to cater in terms of, you know, how to then generally move from point A to B. But I think the first thing, research as much as you possibly can in terms of what product do you want to have. For instance, take for instance, if I was starting back then, I would have said, I want to focus on meat production. So my research is really going to be based around the types of breeds that generally can be catering towards the meat production. Same thing with milk production. Then you'll be generally doing extensive research on the types of habitat that type of animal has. So that's why I'm emphasizing the best start is generally education more than anything. That will save you a lot of money. Trust me. I went to an auction. I bought goats for the first time for like plus minus 80,000 rand. Lost it because of one very deadly tick called or a disease called heart water. So I had to pay my school fees, unfortunately, and I lost almost 85% of that stock because I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't know the region with which I'm taking those goats from. I didn't know about the region where I'm the threats in terms of health, where they're coming to. So get as much education as possible. There are many people that are now offering workshops besides ourselves, obviously, that are available online. Just browse if you need to. But if you need clear information, we also offer at which you can be able to assist. I probably will leave my number or email address at the end of the discussion.
Thank you so much for that. I think it's quite clear. I think I'm then going to just read the questions on the Q&A by Nduduzo. I think you've sort of briefly spoken about Gauteng. The question was, I see Gauteng leads in with respect to the demand for goat meat. How is this? And what factors are at play? And then are there any initiatives such as educating the market that other provinces could customize? I think you have spoken about that. And then it also seems that considering the uneducated South African market, the effects of the skepticism and superstitions around the goat meat and etc., exporting the goat is a better financial sense. And then he was asking your thoughts, Mr. Mbata, and anyone else on the panel on what you think about the export market of goats. And then another one was that the Eastern Cape accounts for almost 40% of the total goat market in South Africa, and KZN only a fraction, but it seems that KZN is deemed a thriving market. How is this the case? And also Wendy had a question that I've seen an increase in demand to export our breed stock to other African countries as the prices are much higher, but the regulations and the legislation is difficult and inconsistent. So where do they get the requirements? I think this might be Ms. Tati who can assist us in terms of where do people get the export permits, or what are the requirements for exports? I think animal health might assist from the department. There's also some colleagues, also I think from marketing from the department, so they can please assist if they are on the chat. And then Mr. Daniel alluded to the goat products being healthier than most other competing products. And what are the initiatives to spread the truth with the view to augmenting the awareness? I think here, colleagues, it's mainly about making the consumers aware of this goat market and how do we open up the markets for this. I don't know if maybe let me just stop there for now and allow maybe one of some of the experts to answer these questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll touch the one on export of goats to other countries. Yes, there's a demand on goats by various countries like Senegal, the United Arabian Emirates, Uganda, and Ghana. And if one wants to export, we have offices at the provinces where veterinary services assists in terms of scanning the animals for various diseases before they can go out of the country, because we need to retain our status in developing good quality animals. So our vets will assist in terms of the scanning those animals before they go out. We also issue permits from the national department, but mostly on breeding stock, where farmers can apply through our animal improvement office. The requirements there is that the animal must be registered under a breeder society, so that we can be able to know the breeding values of those animals before they can go out to other countries. So I'll try to leave my contacts for more information if farmers or colleagues need more information in terms of exportation of animal genetic material. And with regard to animal genetic material, it can be live goats, semen, or embryos of goats that we can export to other countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have sort of covered, and then there was a comment that can we have the contact details of the IVG society in KZN if there is one. That one was just basically posted now. I think for now, colleagues, I'll then move on to the hands. Mamaritidi, Putiane, Tulamo, and Buhlebemvelo. I think we can go in that order and ask the questions, and then the last one will be Shoki for now.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, and NAMC, everyone who's in this meeting. I just have a question for the last presenter. I actually enjoyed the things that he was talking about. He seems very knowledgeable, even though he says he started doing this for 7 years. I would just like to know, because it seems like his business model has been working well in KZN. Is that documented? Is there a way we can get access to it so that we can be able to replicate it in other provinces like Limpopo? The second question that I have is not just for him, but for everyone in the meeting is, how do we deal with stock theft in your areas? Because I'm from Limpopo, where I stay, goats get stolen, like somebody just picks up a chicken and put in their car, goods are stolen like that. So how do you guys deal with that in your areas in order for maybe we can try to implement what you're doing at my place and then sort out the demand number problem?
Thank you.
Program director, can I just answer straight?
I think, yeah, I think we'll take one at a time and then yes, you can answer.
All right. No, just to answer my friend here. No, I would fairly say that KZN, compared to the 5 that we have, the numbers are not as huge as Gauteng, compared to the number of orders that we occasionally have. Hence, that's why we're even setting up some talks with a couple of investors to actually help us set up. There's a possible franchise fast food kind of thing that we are working on. Unfortunately, I can't disclose much, but one thing that I could fairly say, seeing as we've been to Limpopo as well, we have a couple of farmers that have been supplying us from Limpopo as well as Mpumalanga. I wouldn't really say it's just repositioning the meat, bro. I think there's one point that I mentioned, if I did, on the competition side, at which we need more people to come in the space of, making it available in terms of another brand that possibly can be, a competitor to us. I think the more that we have more people coming to the space of having their own brands, then it generally brings a sense of there is a demand that a lot of people can be able to, be entertained on. So I could fairly say the only thing that I would encourage by anything that is originally us from Africans is just to reposition it in a very creative way and be able to have more people, entertained by, because a lot of people generally associate a lot of these things with how they grew up and what they know. So that's the best element of actually starting the conversation of marketing towards that. But if you are still eager to be part of our brand, let's hope that in no time you're going to be able to buy the franchise model, because there is a really particular way at which we want it to be offered to people in order for it to continuously be able to be available. Let me end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Buhle. I'll allow Putiane. Please go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for such a great, initiative from the NAMC. And I'm sorry for my voice is a bit not so good today because of the flu. But I've got about three questions, actually, few questions. The first one is to Ausim Maputi. With the challenges that you have identified from your directorate, I saw that you've got a gap in development of breeds that you say they need to feed the smallholder system. I was just wondering if you can clarify that. In so saying, I was just thinking that your directorate shouldn't be maybe trying to encourage, the indigenous breeds that in most of the times they do, feed well in smallholder farmers or Mohair. And I'm actually advocating for the indigenous breeds as an animal scientist. And then another question is that of a biobank, do you have a biobank where you store all good breeds that you might have seen that they flourish in certain areas that you can actually try to encourage the farmers to actually take on that leg of that particular breed, or you actually go to improve their breeds in terms of maybe AIs and all those kind of things. The other question is on to Braden. It's actually more of a comment that I've actually posted on in the comment sections, where that, like I said, maybe you need to have a relook into that KYD to something like Kaonafatso ya Leruo, because to be honest, as myself, I was also misled to say like it's Kaonafatso ya Dikgomo, hoping that like I was thinking that you mainly focus on cattle. And then to Bra Butle, I must say like your presentation, it's really inspiring, and I think we really need to be acting towards the route that you have taken. But I've noticed that like you still say like there's a lot of a lack of support, if I may say, in terms of the research. And I have a feel that if people or the corporate can actually come to invest in such research, that you've identified the gaps in the goat industry might flourish in the nearest future. But then another question is that how much of relationship do you have with your the provincial support, especially the extension officers, where they can actually go out there and advocate for the what do you call it, for the production of goat meat in not only in KZN province, but I mean just generally to us as a South African nation, to say this is an area that we need to be focusing on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those questions. I don't know if the panelists would like to take the questions, the 3 questions. Just yes, quickly. I think Ms. Tati, somewhere towards you. There was a question about the biobank for breeds, and then also the support. What kind of support from Dr. Daniel? What kind of support is there for farmers? There was also a similar one on the chat bar. What kind of support is there for goat farmers, and what's the relationship with the provincial departments?
Chair, can I go first?
Yes, please.
I think there was a question. There was a comment about the naming of the program, which we also found as a challenge. This is an inherited name. We are working on how to use this as a brand, which would not mean Dikgomo, because in terms of the declaration, this is about livestock, and I think we have maybe not been able to get the proper branding for this. It is still work in progress. The second part is in terms of assistance. Maputi spoke about the small stock scheme, the National Small Stock Scheme, but the approach is that all the support that we provide from the RC side, in terms of our reach to smallholder farmers, we do through KYD. So when the KYD people are in provinces, and then they come across this need for goat farmers to be supported, then there would be our entry point, and then they will refer us to the relevant people. So that is how we are approaching in terms of support. In most cases, that is about training and then getting the right people to be able to be part of assisting farmers. And this, in most cases, we are trying to do it. In most cases, in KwaZulu-Natal, we have made progress, but we want to integrate our training interventions with the normal extension program in the province. So it is more about an integrated approach.
Sorry, colleagues, I was out of the office to the bathroom, so I don't know if colleagues have covered all the questions, but there was one question on the National Small Stock Scheme. How can one join the scheme? For farmers looking into venturing into stud breeding, they can join the scheme through the breeder societies like the South African Boer Goat, or even the clubs, the IVG, like I mentioned, and the Savannah clubs, and they will give farmers guidelines for stud breeding, because this is a special kind of farming where farmers will just look into breeding good quality stock for use in production. And for farmers looking into doing commercial farming, they can join the KYD scheme, which was already presented, which will assist in terms of improving production and market access for our farmers. And I don't know if there's something that I left out.
There was a question on whether there's a biobank for breeds in terms of also getting material for artificial insemination and the like.
Okay, we are working together with the ARC. The ARC have a division called germplasm. Germplasm, where they are doing ex situ programs or conservation of these resources. We are looking into that. It's very much important to have our livestock, our breeds being conserved both in situ and ex situ. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have covered the 3 questions that came. I'll now also give a chance to Lamo. Lamo?
Yes, can you hear me? My question is directed to Mr. Mbata. Mr. Mbata, I have a question whether are you also considering to work with contract growers so that they can join your market? And I also see that there is a huge demand, but the supply is very low. This one is directed to the KYD scheme, how we can better increase the number of goats since the demand is so high. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that question was directed to Dr. Daniel.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I thought Butler would go first. We are like I just mentioned to say we are using the same foot soldiers to work in provinces, and what would suggest is that maybe the goat growers or goat farmers in provinces, if they could be able to organize themselves into small teams where we can be able then to focus on their developing programs with them, and then we can bring our researchers from both Onderstepoort and Irene campus to work on some of the training that we normally provide for, similar to the one that we provide for cattle, and that would be our starting point, and moving it into a fully fledged scheme like we have done with cattle.
Thanks for that, Buhle.
Okay, in terms of partnering, if I'm not mistaken, he mentioned about supply as well. We are always eager to talk in that. There's a lot of business in the value chain holistically. Anybody that wants to participate, we can have a discussion. You know, as I said, there is even an initiative that we've started hosting an expo, at which possibly anybody that wants to come into the business parts of it, there's investment parts, blah, 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 the whole chain. There's a lot of business that is available. So we can have talks, we can engage, you can say to us, you have 100 goats. We've actually done that with other farmers who've called us out into their farms. We actually evaluated the goats, disqualified some, took some, you know, provided a specification based on the training that we have. Yeah, so we can have a discussion going forward and create business with that regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. Buhle Bemvelo, please go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you to Mr. Buhle for that brilliant presentation. I had questions, but then now I think I'm just going to comment on a few things. Firstly, is to highlight that in terms of the goat meats, because I've been in part of some of the projects. It's true that we have an increasing demand for goat meats in South Africa, and in fact, if you look at the numbers, South Africa is one of the top importers of live goats in Africa. And not only is it an advantage for us, but it also brings into question how are we as an industry or as South African goat meat producers, how are we progressing to be able to supply enough goat meat for the country? Because last year, for example, we imported 167,000 tons of meat, which was valued at almost 106,272 in rands. And some of the countries that we tend to import from are Namibia and Lesotho. Whereas some of the colleagues also highlighted that as an industry, if we're able to channel and sort of organize the small scale farmers from the rural areas to be able to deal with issues such as stock theft, to be able to work on the traceability of these goats in terms of us being able to avoid these goats being stolen from the small scale farmers, then we are likely going to be able to sort of have a booming industry in the goat section. And in just a comment on the export opportunities, some of the colleagues have even mentioned that if you look at Middle East, there's a thriving desire. In fact, there's a demand for goat meat in some of the Middle East countries. And if you look at Africa, we are now going to have the advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, whereby countries such as Egypt, Ghana, Uganda, and all of those countries, we are going to have reduced tariffs, and we are going to have an advantage compared to European countries which tend to export to Egypt. So in terms of the South African goat industry, I believe that we stand to have a great opportunity moving forward, as long as we are going to be able to assist the small scale farmers to be more organized, to have the industry role players coming together to mobilize resources, and to be able to deal with issues such as traceability, to assist the small scale farmers as the previous colleagues alluded, in terms of getting the auctions together, getting to make sure that the stolen goats do not get to the auctions. Then our industry has a huge potential. I think that's all I really wanted to comment on, and to also thank some of these colleagues for the great work that they are doing in the industry. Thank you so much, Ms. Onen.
Thank you, Buhle, and I think that's more of a reflection and comments on the presentations that have been made so far. Thanks for that. I'll now give it over to Shoki, and I think I'll take Raymond at the same time. Putiane, I'd like to please request that you park your questions, since you've been given a chance a few times, so that we can move on to the next presentations, and then maybe you'll get a chance after that. As we are running a bit behind time, we'll allow the next speakers, and then maybe we can engage further if the time allows. Thanks. Shoki and Raymond, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters and for the good presentations. I'm actually partly covered by Buhle Bemvelo, because my question was going to say, what is our strategic posture as government with all that has been said? Yes, we now have, let's take advantage of the ACFTA issue because it is there. How do we then bring in other government departments, your DTIs, your small business to help us, CIFA, CIDAS and all? I'm raising this, Chair, because we've just signed trade agreements. We've seen presidents signing trade agreements with some of these presidents. But how does it translate to practice? And do we have a roadmap to assist us? Because all that has been said is good. But do we have a roadmap and a clear categorization of the various developmental stages? The new entrants, there's a lady that asked you, how best do I start with this business? Do we have a plan for the early entrants? Do we have a plan for those that are already there, like the lady who called and said, I have 300 goats and all of that? I'm really looking at it at a strategic level. And I'm raising this, Chair, because I'm in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm yet to see how women are featured in most of these businesses. Young people, persons with disabilities. If we can make an effort to have even a targeted focus and work Nabubuhle to assist us, I think we can bring in these other government departments and reach out. I'm going to ask and invite you to join a structure called WECONA, Women's Economic Assembly, where you can actually come and present to those women these opportunities, but we work out a roadmap and we really have a 5-year plan and focus so that we start where we are supposed to start, address those challenges that were raised by Buhle earlier on, come up with interventions and really make a difference. At this point, we are still getting there, but we are not yet there. And I really want us to make a mark. But I don't want to come across as though I'm negative. I approve. I mean, I appreciate everything that has been said. I just want to see how focused can we be and how do we look back and measure the impact of that which we intended doing. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Shoki. I think it's coming out forth that there needs more to be done in terms of accessing these new markets, as there's been agreements that have been signed. So how do we grab a hold of those opportunities? And also, how do we look at the policies landscape within South Africa to say what are the enabling policies that are there to unlock some of this growth? And you highlighted, a roadmap or a strategy from the government side in opening up these markets for the farming of goats. So I take that. I think we have a few colleagues from the Department of Agriculture. We also have DTI colleagues that are here, and I think it's homework for all the colleagues that are here to say how do we move the goat market forward. So thanks for that. Raymond? Sorry, you are muted. I've allowed your mic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, I've been struggling with network, so I've been jumping in and out of the meeting. So if this has been covered, we don't have. Just to a few questions for you. You did mention the invitation from farmers, but now you reject some of the animal. What have you found to be a common mistake that farmers do that leads to livestock not meeting your specs, right? And then you also mentioned that goats being seasonal animals. Do you know of any farmer that has a breeding program and is able to successfully provide goats throughout the year? Maybe you can give us an idea of how they do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Buhle, do you mind taking that question? Unfortunately, I think Buhle has left the platform. So I think when he joins again, we'll just maybe, you can write it on the chat bar and then hopefully he'll attend to it. Colleagues, I'd like us to just step out and thank you for all the questions and the presenters, the previous presenters, and just engaging on these aspects that are quite important. But what's coming out is really the need to develop this market, especially locally. But we have seen that there is a market in terms of exports, but how do we grab a hold of those? And I think it will really boil down to the permits, the regulations, and the legislation that is required for us to be able to access those kind of markets and be able to export, because we do have the demand, but it's a matter of how do we then enable that market. So I'd like to call upon the next speaker, which is Angora goat farming from the Mohair Empowerment Trust. The presentation will be made by Beauty. This Beauty, you may go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Onele. Thank you, my chair. And let me greet everyone and thank you, NAMC, for the opportunity. I think platforms like this allow us to share the transformation work, especially from what we are doing as a trust. So my name is Beauty Mohair, and I'm heading the Mohair Empowerment Trust for the past 5 years. But the trust is existing now it's been established since 2010. A little bit background about the Angora goat itself before I can go into my presentation. The previous speaker mentioned that the goat was imported in South Africa. That was now back in 1838. And there's a lot of work that was done by this industry. And this goat came to South Africa, only 12 rams that were infertile and 1 ewe that was pregnant. And I think that was done intentionally by the leaders of Turkey, not knowing that the ewe that was a part of the gift for South Africa was pregnant, and it gave birth to a Angora ram kid. And that's how they started establishing in South Africa. And we are proud to say South Africa is a leader in terms of production. We're producing about 50% of the world mohair production, and Lesotho is the next country. So I just wanted to give a bit of that introduction, but we can go into my slide. The Empowerment Trust was established back in 2010 by the mohair industry with the objective or with the aim to promote the Black economic empowerment within the mohair industry, and also to ensure the sustainable supply of mohair by establishing large-scale mohair producers, to establish the Black participants and entrepreneurs within this industry, to commercialize the Black farmers within the mohair industry. How do we do that? So my responsibility is to identify the Black farmers or disadvantaged farmers that have an access to a land that I think we all know that Angora goat survive best in the Karoo, especially in the Eastern Cape or Eastern Karoo regions. And so my responsibility is to at least start every year a project that we can commercialize that identified farmer. But the farmer must have an access to a land, which is a farm, and a farm that have good infrastructure to be able to farm successful with this Angora goat. When I'm saying infrastructure, I'm talking dipping tank, sharing shed, proper fencing just to control your management grazing, or to manage your grazing proper, and to protect the hair, because the aim of farming with Angora goat is to produce the mohair and good quality mohair. So that's how we assist the farmers. I think you can move to the next slide. the trust, I must mention that the trustees of the Empowerment Trust are represented by the entire industry. The chairman of the Mohair Trust sit in my trust, the chairman of Mohair South Africa, the chairman of South African Mohair Growers Association, and 2 trustees that are from the big trust of the industry, including the Black Farmer, that is one of our partners for the MET Trust. And the 2 trustees are from National Agricultural Marketing, which is NAMC or NAMC. And we're grateful to have them in this trust, because I think it's one of the reasons that we sit in platforms like this and talk of what we're doing, because they're proud of what we are doing. And how do we then assist or empower or transform these farmers? We provide goats in a form of or via the free interest loan for the period of 5 years. I mentioned my responsibility is to identify those farmers that have an access to a land. Once the project has been approved, or once we assess the farm that it is suitable to farm with Angora goats, I then take that application or proposal to the trustees that I just mentioned. And then if they're happy, they approve application, we then start the contract with the farmer, and we just don't do it ourselves. We include him. We build mentorships by buying from the commercial farmers within the industry. We try to buy quality, and we try to involve our farmers in when we're selecting the goats, when we're buying goats, to be part of the whole process, because at the end of the day, the farmer needs to pay the money back to the Empowerment Trust. And how are they paying back? They pay 25% of every clip that is sold to the broker. So we have 3 brokers in the industry, formal brokers. It's OVK, BKB, and House of Fiber. And the farmer has it's his choice to choose any broker. We work with all of them. Then we have a contract with the broker to pay back the 25% to the Empowerment Trust every 6 months when the goats are shown or when the clip is sold to the broker. Only 25% of that is paid back in 5 years contract, and 75% is for a farmer to look after the goats until he settles them. The goats belongs to the trust until they settle the goats. And we do it with them. How do we do that? Through training. I enjoy that because that's what I know most. I know best. We make sure that we farm with our farmers. I do communicate with them daily. We ensure the successful large scale of mohair production by providing proper training, and we're working closely as an industry with those brokers, the field agents. You know, once we involved with a farmer, he starts being known in the industry. It's a small industry, so the field agents will know the farmer. We introduce them. They assist. We make sure we continue to give training throughout, especially with the Mohair class in the product that we are looking to produce. I think I can proudly say I have a lot of knowledge in how to class the hair itself. So during sharing of goats, I will definitely make sure that I visit the farmer, and we make sure that the clip or the production is well prepared for marketing. And we do a lot of judging of goats or classing of goats, health issues of these goats. We are fortunate to have the vet within our industry that is serving our farmers as well for free. It's been paid by the industry, and he's available 24 hours through the WhatsApp and all that. So we do make sure that the training is going on, just to make sure that we make success of what we are doing. We support and assist the upcoming farmers, not only our partners, but any farmer that farms with Angora goats. They are welcome to contact us, and we try to assist. We try to provide training where we can. We can move to the slide. And the pictures you see, it's a big smile of our farmers. Currently, we you can move to the next slide. We are running about 7 projects that are involving plus minus 5,000 goats. I can increase the numbers to 6,000 because we're currently kidding. Since the end of July, we've been seeing a lot of kids coming into our farms, and we're excited to increase the numbers. about 6 projects settled between 2019 and 2023. And if you look, I mentioned we started back in 2010. And if you look, we're really not having a lot of numbers, because the important thing in this project is to make sure that we commercialize the farmers. And the challenge still remains that our Black farmers do not have an access to a land that they can be able to become commercial farmers. But we're proud to say this 6 project that settled, we're really happy that they are now farming independently, and some of them are very successful commercial farmers, and we're really proud. As an industry, as a trust, the MET, Mohair Empowerment Trust, farmers contribute about 18,000 of kilograms every year to the Mohair, or to the South African clip, which is about 4 million plus a year. And the new farmers that are coming into our process, we as an industry, on 2021, we launched, if I'm right, we launched the responsible Mohair standards, making sure that all our farmers are audited and certified. And we made sure that when this was happening, we workshop our farmers, we inform them. So they're also selling their hair as a certified product. And those that are coming in because they are not informed, we inform them and we make sure they are audited and RMS certified. And we also responsible to do a lot of training to farmers, to farm workers, to students, to officials of the government. We're really working closely with, especially the Eastern Cape Department of Agriculture, Land Reform. We work closely with them, and we really strengthen our relationship. Especially, as mentioned in the Sarah Batman, we're really doing well, because most of our farmers are farming or are leasing land reform farms. We call the land reform and Dr. Da our key partners, because those beneficiaries of land reform, our partners are beneficiaries of land reform. I see we're moving forward. I have a video that is a portfolio of what I've been saying. The trust is really doing well. We're quickly going to play the video, and I'm hoping it's going to be clear to everyone. It's really, really a moving structure. We do have challenges, but we are changing lives of emerging farmers that are farming with Angora goats in our space. You can move to the next slide. I'm not sure. Controlling it that side. I'm not sure if we can hear the video
Daniel,
participation.
Daniel, I don't know if you need to unmute yourself for us to hear the audio.
Sister Onele, if you may allow me. The video is basically explaining exactly what I mentioned. I'm just explaining how the trust works, how do you qualify. And as I mentioned, you must have an access to a land that can carry, at least when we're saying, we're saying a farmer is now a commercial Angora goat farmer, he needs to be farming more than 1,000 goats at the end of this 5 years. So our aim is to get to 2,000. It's always a challenge for the carrying capacity on farms that we are involved. But basically the video is explaining that. And the good thing about this video, the farmers themselves, they're talking about the Empowerment Trust, how it came to their assistance and where they are at the moment. And in this video, you can see the quality goats that we are buying, and you can see they share also what they've learned through the responsible Mohair standards that they went through the workshop, and farming responsible and sustainable. They share that, what they've learned, how to look after the animals, because the responsible Mohair standard is about animal welfare. It's about how you look after your veld. It's about how you look after your farm workers. So they sharing that, and it's so good. But I'm hoping that NAMC will share the presentation with everyone, and it's really a video to look, and you will see the good work we're doing as a trust or as an industry. I don't know can I move on to the next slide, because the video is not really doing. Ms. Onele, our chair. Can I move on?
The control is with Daniel. Daniel, are you able to
skip the video?
Have you fixed the video? Okay, I think you will move to the slide.
Thank you. I think after that video, there was just a slide that I think he skipped. It was about highlighting the success, the current success story. So how we measure our progress. We every 6 months we share the goats, and because we buy the goats for the farmers, and as I mentioned, they belong to the trust until the farmers settle them, but we don't make them feel that they don't own the goats. We farm together. I think the slide is forward, but I will continue. So if you can go back, Daniel, to that. No, don't play the video, just leave the numbers there and don't play the video maybe. So in this video, it's just a success that we achieved in the past 6 months. So the goats, we share them every 6 months. So we have 2 seasons. The first season, we call it summer season, early in the year. And this 2 tons of mohair was produced in one farm, or Ayanda, I can mention his name, Ayanda Metho. He's also the trustee sitting in our trust. He's really doing well. We started with him in 2021. The contract is normally 5 years now, as I mentioned, but he is already achieving the commercial part of this. And he was really not into Angora because he was farming with merinos. And we managed to change the breed in his farm, but he still have merinos. And he managed to produce 2 tons of mohair, and it's a record in history. This never happened before. And we excited. In this season, he came again. He qualifies to be in the Miyuki competition. Miyuki competition, it's a competition whereby only 10 producers, best producers in the country, participate in that competition. And his clip in winter clip now, which is also more than 2 tons of mohair, he managed to enter that competition. We're so excited. We're really looking forward to see how it's going to come out, the results. But I mentioned to him, it doesn't matter you were in which number. I think what is important, just entering the competition. So these are just the success stories that we are achieving in every project that we move in. There are so many of them, but I just wanted to highlight that. We can move, Daniel, to the next. The next slide, I think the purpose of today was to promote the goat itself, or the information about the goat. I said to Daniel and Katu that I will be talking about the trust, because that's what I do every day, what we do as an industry, and I think it's still relevant because we're promoting the Angora goat. But then the question is, why do you have to farm with this Angora goat? Why Angora goat? And I think there's still a lack of information, but it is a market demand. And I can say the beautiful, or the beauty of farming with Angora goat in South Africa, if you have information, there is this beautiful industry that it's well structured. We have farmers, or our growers, and we have the brokers, and immediately we have the buyers, and we have Mohair South Africa that I am sitting in the same office. We're looking after all our farmers. And in this Mohair South Africa, that's where the trust is running, the Mohair Empowerment Trust is running from. So once we say farm with Angora goat, you're not going to struggle to sell the mohair at the end of the day. We have 7 auctions that are planned by Mohair South Africa. In the first season, we have 7. And then, 14 auctions a year, 7 in the first season, summer season, and 7 in the second season, and well planned. And there is nothing that distracts the auctions except for the price that are going up and down. We do have 6 buyers that are sitting in these auctions, in every auction. So there is no way that you can have a product that is not going to be selling at the end of the day. The only challenge, as we all know, that we all affected by the economy and our price. I can just mention the auction that happened on this past Wednesday. We're having auctions every Tuesdays normally, but because of the holiday we had this time with this Wednesday, and the average price was 300 318 per kilogram. We do have the best price that was achieved in that auction, which is about 746 per kilo. So one farmer getting 746 per kilo as an average. You can calculate if you have so many goats, but I'm just saying it's a well-structured industry, and the market it's there. It's a high profitable farming goat, but you need to love the goat and have a passion for Angora goat. There's so much to do with them, and with this responsible Mohair standard, that is all covered there. How you handle them is important. How you manage them, how you dip. Remember, we're producing good quality of Mohair that needs to be shorn every 6 months. So that needs to be looked after. You need to dip the goats. You need to feed the goats. You need to make sure when you're shearing the goats there, and the hair needs to grow very well without disrupting the health of the goat, because I mean it's so long. At shearing, we're shearing about 120 millimeters of a length from that goat. And there is a regular income, as I mentioned. We're sharing them twice a year. And the industry is stabilized support structure, as I already mentioned. We do have our brokers that are all over to support our farmers. And if in this case that the prices are down, the MSA offers, there is a pool system that we are using as an industry, that you'll be paid the average that you'll be requesting, obviously reasonably, and your hair will be kept on the pool until the market is now stable again. So we have schemes like that, or we have support like that for our producers. We also, I mean, the goat itself, it's an excellent grazing goat that utilize the veld more better than if you have sheep. I mean, they are categorized as a small stock with your sheep, but they utilize the veld better than your sheep. I mean, you can have extra numbers with Angora goat for your carrying capacity than your sheep. So they utilize the veld very well, and at the end of the day, they produce this hair that you have to share every 6 months. The Mohair, it's a special fiber that is utilized globally, and I think if I can mention, we in South Africa, we have the guy called Amakosa. He's doing very well with this product. I think I can say he's a millionaire. He's selling his product very well because the Mohair is in his product. If we can move to the next slide. Yeah, just basically, it's a special goat. As I mentioned, how it came to South Africa, the leaders of Turkey, they were a bit of, I don't know, but it's a special breed. And in South Africa, we've done a lot of work to improve the breed itself. I mentioned that we do have Growers Association that was formed just to look after the genetics of. There's a lot of work that was done to see the beauty of this goat. So when you're farming with Angora goats, you have to have sheds on your camps, your shelters, because they're sensitive. They're sensitive to severe weathers. You make sure that the goats have feed, because remember, they're producing more hair, and you can see how long is this hair. So you make sure that you have clean water every time, and they have at least grazing. When it's necessary to supplement, you do supplement. During shearing, because we're shearing and they become now naked, you can imagine, you need to crawl them when it's cold. You need to make sure immediately they are being looked after, just to adapt again to that naked situation, if I may use the word. But we call them shorn goats when the hair has been shorn. You have to shelter them during the cold weathers. When it's raining, we really have to close. And once they understand the system, they have those shelters, and that they know when it's raining, they just move in. They are also smart goats. You keep the goats in camps with obviously good natural cover because they can utilize it to their best. And as I mentioned, they are really good grazers and browsers. And we need to make sure that the fencing is proper because we looking after this mohair that we don't want any contamination, especially if you're farming with other breeds. You want to keep them in this camp. You don't want them to be jumping to another camp and end up having problems. So the fencing become also crucial. Is one of the infrastructure that we look and when we assess the farms, you keep on checking the weather because, as I said, they are a little bit sensitive. It's just to make sure that they are looked after during those times. And yeah, you need a reliable staff. There's to be on standby, especially on the weekends, since I'm talking about weather and things like that. But it's a goat that if you look after, it will look after you. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Beauty. It's always quite interesting to hear about, the Angora goat. You learn something new every time. I will now welcome questions, colleagues, and comments. I think one of the questions already is, are Angora goats suitable for Northwest Province? But you already mentioned that it's in the Eastern Karoo. But I think you can just maybe answer that while I allow the other colleagues to come in.
Thank you, Chair. It's a good question at the right time. Historically, the Angora goat has its own map or environment where they survive, as I said, in the Eastern Cape Karoo or in the Eastern Karoo. But we do have a branch that was opened in Northwest. I think it's 3 years now. So there are commercial farmers that they learned they heard about a goat and they started them. And I think those commercial farmers, they started with good quality. We do have start farmers, we do have commercial farmers, but they went and bought good quality goats and they invested and they're doing very well. So I think 2 years back, if I'm not wrong, or 3 years back, we opened a branch at Northwest. Since the farmers, there were about 6-7 farmers that are farming with Angora goats in that area. And we try to visit them every year as an industry. When I'm saying as an industry, I mean someone representing the brokers, the MSA, the MET, myself, Sanmari that represent the growers. We go there and have an information day. But for the Mohair Empowerment Trust to start a project in areas like that, it's always a challenge. The trustees are very strict, but yes, it can survive. We see them surviving as long as you look after them. And also I can mention quickly, we do have another branch that we opened early this year in Gauteng. Those farmers also were part of the information day in Northwest, and they went and market the goats in Gauteng, in Bronkhorstspruit. We have more than 6 farmers that are farming with Angora goats, and they also doing very well. We support them. We went and do an information day, and I think we will be doing that every year. Thank you.
Thank you, T. I think Daniel just wants to try the video again. I think it's quite inspiring, so we'll try it again. Daniel? Oh, there we go. It's playing now.
The Mohair Empowerment Trust was established back in 2010 with the objective of assisting the Black emerging farmers to become commercial farmers. Angora goats are animals that are sensitive and require attention and dedication. So we look for candidates who grew up on a farm or worked on a small stock farm or a graduate from Grootfontein College of Agriculture, as the only college in the country that's specializing with Angora goats. The largest challenge is identifying a farmer that has an access to a suitable land, a land that can sustain at least a flock of 1,500 goats, with the necessary infrastructure in place to meet the responsible Mohair standard. We're currently running about 8 projects, And we have 2 successful farming projects that are now commercial farmers. Once a partner has been approved, we assist them in buying a selection of Angora goats from a good breeding stock. These goats are provided as an interest-free loan which they pay back over a 5-year period. The first 6 to 12 months are challenging as the farmers need to buy medicine and feeds for their own goats, all before they start earning their first income.
Farming with Angora goats is not an easy thing. It can sustain itself when it's very cold.
It's hard. Sometimes they do get sick, and it's where the challenge comes in.
The Empowerment Trust helped us just to introduce the nutrition health program. It came as a solution to all our problems.
When we arrived in this farm, the fences were totally damaged.
Beauty came to the farm and she was with certain things not happy, and we built a very good dumping tank.
It's not easy because this area sometimes is drought prone. So planning becomes very, very important.
Emerging farmers lack economic and social capital that most commercial farmers have. But through the Mohair Empowerment Trust, we support our partners all the way.
The journey's been good, Beauty. It's a lot that you're doing for the black farmer.
The trust came to the farm. He explained everything. How's the Angora working?
Those people allowed me to attend workshops even before I got goats from them. I've been exposed to the industry so that I can understand the industry, the value chain, the marketing of Mohair and everything.
We are calling her Sis B. She's helping, she's organizing everything.
It's a matter of blink of an eye. Beauty is there to assist you.
She doesn't want us to fail.
The training by Dr. Meg, the industry tour is been to that because it enabled us also to network with other farmers.
If it was not for MET, I don't think I would have been in this position or probably been on a farm itself.
They give you something that you don't have. At the end of the day, you can be a farmer.
The South African government is our key partners in supporting us as they offer emerging farmers a 30 years leases on farmlands.
As you can see, we have fields here, but we cannot plow these fields. By the end of this week, we would have lodged our application to get tractors from government so that we don't spend a lot of money buying feed from other farmers.
I hope in this year I'll be having my solar systems. They promised to assist with solar systems.
The future is all about sustainability. So we guide all our partners to become RMS certified as soon as possible.
Oh, RMS, I like the admin.
We do comply to reports.
You must know that when you handle the goat, you must handle them with care.
The animals need to be supplemented just as human beings need to be supplemented.
It wasn't an easy journey because it was something new. RMS enables us not only to look after our animals, also addresses the living conditions and the working conditions of the people who are very critical to us.
Each of our partners has a vision of how they want to bring about change and upliftment in their own communities.
One of my dreams is to have proper accommodation for the students. They should feel home away from home.
Agricultural economists have said this farm can hold 1,500 goats. If we could have that, we would be very, very happy.
We want to all be part of the full value chain of Angora goats.
I would like to have irrigation, planted pastures where I can lamb what I use.
You know, we want to be the center where we are training students.
As we grow, we would like to see our workers also growing. Because if your workers are not satisfied, then your dream doesn't come through.
To be able to pay the guys who are helping me a share in the farm.
We see ourselves not just taking bags. We want actual bales going to the market.
I would like my children to follow in my footsteps.
If you can have ewes, that can help us a lot. You grow.
The future looks very bright for us on the farms.
We are there, we are trying our best to be on the same level as the commercial farms.
We want to be up there with the top guys, but we know that we might struggle here and there, but we will fall and rise. We will fall and rise until we get there at the top.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and thank you, Beauty, for the great work that you're doing within the Angora goat market. It's quite inspiring to see, the impact that is being made. And just to then move to the questions that we've already received. How many hectares does one need to stand a chance in your program? I think you slightly addressed it, but if you can maybe just answer that, Beauty. And then there's also another question on the 318 rands per kilogram price. Is it the net profit following the overheads and the brokers commission? Are your auctions solely for the South African market? And then another one was, okay, the women. It's always about, women participating. And there's also men. I think that was just a comment. And then the other question is, what is the cost of breeding stock? And then when do you feed them the medication, and what is the cost implication? You can see those on the chat bar. If you can please assist with those questions, Beauty. Thank you.
Thank you, Onele. I will start with, it's always a question, how many hectares? And it's, I always say it's a tricky one. There's a lot of things or a lot of factors that are influencing or affecting the carrying capacity, and that is different from one area to another. Someone who's in Alwal North, I'll make an example, and someone in Grafrenet with 200 hectares, both from Grafrenet and Alwal North. Alwal North can carry more goats in his space because of the rainfall in that area, and Grafrenet might be less because in the same hectares because of the drought in this side or the rainfall that we receive in this side. So the carrying the hectares is always a little bit tricky to say you can qualify when you have so many hectares. But yes, Angora goat, it's light in grazing, and I can just quickly mention the smallest farm that we have in our project is 300 plus hectares, and the biggest is 8,000 hectares. And again, in those hectares, like 8,000 hectares, it's 7,000 hectares. There's one in Middelburg that cannot even carry that much because of the drought. And there's one in Beaufort West with 6,000 hectares because it's in Beaufort West area. It can only carry so much because of the drought factor in that area. So it's a tricky one, and I will advise a farmer that when you have a space, when you have a farm and you are interested to join the Empowerment Trust, kindly get the carrying capacity of your farm from the Land Department of Agriculture. They always assess those farms and they can tell you exactly how many goats you can carry. For us, the minimum is 200, but we're not ending there. We aiming to get to 1,000. So if your space can carry 1,000 goats and it has the infrastructure that I mentioned, your dipping tank, shearing sheds and things like that, and it's within the boundary of Angora goat farming, you're welcome to contact us. And then the other question was about the price that I mentioned. So I mentioned we have 7 auctions in the summer season and in the winter season. And I must tell you now, the first sale of this season was in August, the 15th of August this season or this year. And the price is changing in every auction. And the 318 that I mentioned, it was an average of that sale. But within that, there is a different, because you class the mohair according to a lot of characteristics. We're classing them according to the age, where we have those that we call them kids. The average for kids will be more double than your goats that are old. We have young goats, we have adults. So within this 318, it was for all the brokers that I mentioned in general, but within different brokers, there are good prices that were achieved per person. So the good thing about the Angora goat, you get the price that you deserve, the quality that you are producing, how you look after your animals. Yes, our end product go internationally. Our buyers that are sitting in South Africa, obviously their clients are overseas, and but we do have processing plants in South Africa that the hair gets exported in tops form after it's been washed and combed and all that. So our price, it's market related, if I'm answering that correctly. And there was a question about, or comment about the females. We're struggling with that, but we do, yes. And I can quickly mention that thanks to NAMC that we currently, I didn't mention my presentation, but I will quickly mention that we have a farmer. She's farming, she's the youngest in South Africa. She's 28 years. Zintle Mapala, she's farming in Alwang North. She, unfortunately, we haven't really buy her goats because we're still trying to make space. She's currently representing us in Congo. We do have a female farmer that she's a little bit old. She was a trustee. And within those farms, we encourage the daughters and sons to participate in programs. Yes, we do have them. I'm not sure if I answered all the questions. Or the medication, again, I mentioned we're lucky to have our own vet as an industry. And if you go into our website, or if you just Google www.angoras.co.za, there is a program that anything that you want to know about Angora goats and the health program, that the projects that we are starting, we normally give our farmers a program for a year that tell them exactly what to do in this month and this month and this month. During sharing, this is what you do, this is what you must look after. And if we're having challenges, the vet is available to even make a special program for the specific area. So I'll easily say, please contact me after, or reach out after, but everything, we do have information about the code, everything, it's in place. What about the breeding stock cost? Or yes, the breeding cost price, it depends. Like now, I was telling someone this morning that to buy, it's the right time to buy the goats now. Not necessarily the breeding use, because the breeding use are kidding at the moment. But if you may be lucky to get them, you'll get them cheaper because the price is a little bit down. So our breeding price depend on the price of the mohair, and the right time to buy the breeding use will be next year, after between February and March. But now there will be a lot of auctions that are open for rams that are really in good genetics, starting from it's normally from 2,000 and above, and it's in an auction. It can go. So we have a record of 150 for a ram. So it's between those prices, 2,500 to up, depending on the quality and the age and all that. I hope I answered.
Yes,
but, yes, and I will be sharing, we do have a website as a MET, and we can also share our cell phone number that we are available anytime to assist anyone.
Thanks, PT. I'm going to take Ms. Shoki, but there's one more question on the chat bar. Please highlight the danger of inkberry and heart's water. Don't know if any of the panelists can take that. And then with regard to the breed sensitivity and adaptability in other regions, what work is being done to see the expansion into other provinces? And then they're talking more on the research level and more towards the genetics. And the other question is, do the Angora goats do well under intensive conditions, such as feedlotting? And then let me get the last question from Ms. Shoki, and then you can answer them as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Madam Beauty. Madam Beauty, I'm extending an olive branch to work with yourself when it comes to issues of mainstreaming, particularly the women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The lady here on the chat put it as a joke, but to be quite honest, the exclusion of women is a problem and a challenge to us in South Africa. So if we don't also work hand in glove with yourself and agriculture, there's no way you're going to make, leap interventions in this area of work. The one area that I'm worried about is stock theft. It's a common phenomenon, but is it something that is affecting you when it comes to Mohair stock farming? Please guide me on that one. The second, should you have the goats and for whatever reason, maybe weather, who is, because you said they are owned by the trust until you settle whatever, whether it's your debt or what. So in that instance, who is then liable at the end of the day? Talk about North, and there's a group in Gauteng, but how do they implement weather risks? Because it's not as hot like in the Karoo, other areas. Maybe you can share with us so that one. The last one is the issue of getting land from agriculture. Let's say it's the 30-year lease. Does it come? Do they assist you with dipping tanks, sharing shacks and all? Or do you still have to raise funds and set up all of this so that you also are in a position to have your sheds or the shelters, as you alluded to earlier on? Perhaps that one can also go to agriculture so that we know what is it that comes with the land. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Can I take the questions?
Yes, please. Thanks.
I'm going to try my best to answer all these questions. Let me quickly just mention something. The main challenge in our industry is the hard water. I think that it's more dependent again to our government. There were a lot of, I think from ARC, there was a lot of work that was done, and I think maybe they can come in there. There was a vaccine that was recommended, and I think it's still just stuck somewhere. But as an industry, we're also doing some.
Is it me, or have we lost Beauty?
Looks like we've lost her, Chair. And maybe in the end, she must give us that cell phone number. Please, Chair, sorry to interject.
Beauty? It's noted. Hello, Beauty? I think in the meantime, Katu, are you able to check on Beauty? Okay, she's back. Beauty, you were cut off for a bit.
Yeah, I think maybe it looks like there's a poor network from my side, but I was just saying, yes, the hard water, it is a challenge. And I think there was a lot of work that was done with the government, and we, as I mentioned, we do have a vet. There's a lot of work that has been going on, but our farmers currently are blocking, and it's very expensive, and it's heartbreaking to see the goats dying because of the hard water. There was also a question about what work has been done in promoting the expansion in other areas. So the breed itself, it's originally from Turkey, as I said, and it survived mostly in the dry areas. But what we're seeing, if I'm answering personally, what I'm seeing, there are farmers, a lot of people that are interested everywhere. And I normally say pilot them, check, look if they can survive. If it's too cold, you just look after them. Make sure you have shelters. This thing is gone again. So there are things that you just have to make sure that they're in place. You have shelters, sheds, and you look after them. You provide, you make sure that they're eating, and you look after your health management correctly. You follow or you implement the management, the health management that is available in our website. But I am not sure if there was a work that was done to make sure that we expand to other provinces, but we're seeing people doing well in other provinces. And then about intensive farming with them, yes, you can. And again, you'll have to make sure that you follow the health program properly, but you can farm with them intensively. We do have few farmers that are exercising that, especially with this. If you're sitting in a small farm, you can feedlot them, but I think it's a more different feedlot like the others. You just have to make sure it's not wet. You make sure that you implement your health program properly. About the stock theft, I think it's a challenge for all of us, specifically project. We also look where it's allocated. If it's next to the road, obvious that is not safe. But the stock theft, it is a challenge to all of us, I think, in farming. And then the Mama Shuki, she asked about the goats, who become reliable or accountable or responsible for the goats. So when we assessing a farm, or when we taking the project to the trustees, we do a lot of work in making sure that we're choosing the right farmer. And I must say the only challenge that we have now is maybe losing goats, maybe they're dying, but we do have reliable farmers that they know we're doing this together. So the goats belongs to us until they finish paying them, and they know if we're seeing any risk, then we are standing or we can withdraw from the project, but that's not what we want to do. And we work closely with the extension officers as well, in making they become part of our management or management of that specific project. And then the other one about the infrastructure and the land, most of the time these farms that are especially in the areas that are suitable for Angora goats, there are farms, I think, that were designed for specific breeds. So you'll get to the farm, there will be all the infrastructure. In some cases, you may find that the infrastructure is just not in good condition. But as I mentioned, we do work closely with our department or our land reform, and we mentioned the challenges that we're facing. If there is a need to maintain or to maintain or to look at the fencing, we communicate with them. And in most of our projects, especially in the Sarabatman, there's been a lot of work that was done in terms of infrastructure, and they prioritize those projects because there is something happening. When we are involved, we bring numbers of goats, and the land reform see the reason why to make sure that the infrastructure is in place. I think I tried to answer all those questions.
Yes, I think you have covered them. Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair. No, I just wanted I remember hearing Mamushoki again mentioning the 30 years leases agreement. It's from the land reform side. And that it's we encourage those 30 years leases agreement because we're investing for 5 years, and we want to see the farmer farming commercially going on after even beyond 5 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm cognizant of the time that we are running a bit late, but would you be comfortable in taking a 5-minute comfort break? Or we should continue, especially for the speakers that haven't made their presentation. Is it okay if we take a 5-minute comfort break?
That's fine by me.
The rest of the colleagues and also the participants?
We find.
Yes, okay. We can take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 1:05. Thank you. Afternoon, colleagues. Are we back? Hopefully
Yes, we're
we
back
are.
on it.
All right, no, thanks. I'll take this time to now welcome the next speaker, which is Mr. Jobert. You may please take the floor, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chairperson, and thank you for NAMC for this platform. I think it's been interesting listening to all the speakers and all the questions on the floor. And I must thank all the speakers and all the people that ask questions and answer it, especially Ms. Beauty. Congratulations on Mohair Empowerment Trust. I think you just made my presentation much shorter because you answered a lot of things that I wanted to talk about. And what you guys doing is excellent. And there's one thing that I actually forgot about, and that was mentioned also in your presentation, is commercial farmers needs a lot of goats to really make a business out of it, and your situation is 1,000 goats. So yeah, it's for the rest of the people. If you want to make a good business, you need a lot of animals. Yeah, to get to back to my presentation. My name is Hubert Fourie. A bit of background about myself. I'm a milk farmer. We're situated in Lutrichard in Limpopo province, and I'm part of a whole family business, and we do the whole value chain from farm to fork, and I was pleased that somebody else mentioned it earlier. So yeah, we milk 850 Holstein cows 3 times a day. We milk 700 goats 2 times a day, 4 different breeds: Saanens, Stockenburgs, British Alpine, and BDEs. And then we farm boer goats and Kalahari Reds. I'm also a South African boer goat judge and inspector on these animals. And we have a Dorper and White Dorper herd. We also consist of a Bonsmara herd. We're producing 25% of our own feed on the farm that we make silage of. And 90% of all our feed that we use, we mix on the farm. That consists out of different concentrates and products. We have 3 factories where we produce all our own products. In our goat factory, 80% of our goat products that we produce are for Woolworths. We do all our distribution ourselves. And if you want to get, if you get fresh goat milk in Cape Town, that is from us in Limpopo. We distribute it to Joburg and Joburg right through the country. That's how the business is partly set up. And we've got a team of plus minus 500 workers that do all of this. This is a short sum up of our business.
Sorry, Jobert.
Yes.
Are you using the presentation? Are you following the presentation as it's being flights?
I'm still on the first one. I'm going through now with it.
All right, you'll just
Must
relate
I use
to-
it? Must I use it myself?
You can just let Katu know when to
Okay.
move the slide.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thanks.
Right. So like I said, people used a lot of what I wanted to say on my presentation, but I thought there's a few things that we have to look at, and passion is for me is very, very important. And a lot of times people ask the question, what is passion? What do we understand under passion? And if you look at that picture, I think that's real passion. But will that passion work in business? I'm not that sure. So I think there's a difference in what kind of passion are we're having, and what kind of passion do we need to have a business and to excel in business. I think you have to have a passion for animals if you want to farm animals. And you have to have a passion for people if you want to have any business. So I think it's important that you have the right kind of passion to excel your business. And even if you have passion for business, you can always do anything. And I've listened to a lot of people that say they want to start. I think that's probably the easiest place to start off is what is your passion? Ask you that question and work it out for yourself before you do anything. And then on the end of the day is, what do I want to do? Do my passion fits into that? I think it's important that you look in your business and understand what is your passion and what do you want to do. I think it's important for me to know what I do is what I love, because I'm always telling people, if you don't do what you love or what you like, you will not exceed in that kind of business. So I think it's important, if you want to start anything, even if you're already in a business, is this really what I want to do? Because I think if you do what you want to do, and it's not everybody is not always that lucky to can do whatever you want to do, but I think if you can, tomorrow again, I think on the end of the day is they're gonna know how to make better decisions than for me to give them the answers. So yeah, I think it's important to know what are your strengths, where can I get answers. I always one of my mottos in life is, it's not who I am, it's who I know. And if I listen to all the speakers that was here on this platform today, there's a lot of people. I think you must get telephone numbers and get them to know them, because they sound like people with a lot of knowledge. And one person can't have all the knowledge, so you have to get a little bit of knowledge from everybody. So every farm or business is different. So I can tell you exactly what I'm doing, but for you to go and copy everything what I'm doing, it's difficult. There is always different things. Not one farm are the same, no less, no one person are the same. So for me, it's the question that you have to ask of your own business and what's going on your own farm. Sustainability is a big challenge in this economical times. And I think everybody have to go for his own business, go and work his own business plan. Yeah, let people help you doing that, and try to stand on your own 2 feet. It's important to get your own business going, to look after or inside the eyes of somebody else. Like I heard a lot of this morning of government must help with this and government must help with that. One day government won't have any money and then you struggle on your own. So I think sooner you can get on your own 2 feet and make the stuff for yourself work, I think the better for yourself. Yeah, and I think Beauty also mentioned it, sustainability. Without that, there will be no business. So, yeah, and then I think the region are very important, and it's like, example, how far are you from the market? And we heard this morning, goat products and is a niche market. So if you're in the Eastern Cape, that's the poorest province in our country. To sell a niche market there, going to be difficult. So I think you have to realize what is your region, what is your climate, what's your economical climate, and all of these will influence most of your decisions. Even if you want to do something that doesn't fit into your region. I'll take boer goats. Boer goats are bred for semi-desert. So it will be a big challenge to farm them in a high rainfall area. Like they said on the Mohair, Mohair animals also don't want to be wet. So yes, they will adapt, but you have to provide them with housing. So your capital expense will be very high. So it's important to look at your region and in an economical way, that what can you do in your region? Because it's not easy to move from region. It's very expensive. So go and have a look at what's in your region and what can you make that will work in your region. In what kind of goat or goat product can we produce? And then we must understand the value chain. If we understand the value chain, and there was a lot of talks about the value chain, so I don't have to talk too much about value chain. If you understand the value chain, I think you can decide on what kind of product do you want to do that fits into the value chain. And if you decided that, and then you can go forward in making better decisions. So yeah, if we want to make a difference in our area, you can make it however you decide and plan to do that. Can we go to the next slide, please? To go, if the slide, I don't know if I'm on my own. Can you still hear me?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. The next slide, please. Okay, let me talk a bit. Yeah, if you decide to go into food products productions, and I think there was a lot of talk about the food and the whole industry, so I'll just touch a little bit on it. But I think food safety is probably the most important thing of all. The time that we can slaughter an animal under a tree and sell it, I think in the formal market, that's going to be difficult. So there's a lot of legislation, health legislations, that's in place. and that we have to adhere to. So, so to understand and know all of this legislation, what we do in our business, we've got experts that constantly looking into all the legislations to keep us on the right side of the law. I know it's expensive, but that will change by government, and normally it's will be gazetted before it's implemented. So if you on the gazette side and you get the gazette, then you will be notified of any changes. But go and get all the legislation before you attempt something that you can't manage because of legislation. And then your regulations and standards, 90% of that also is law. I think it's important to understand if you want to go into goat milk like we are, your regulations and standards, for example, the full cream milk, not less than 3.3% butterfat, and not less than 3% protein. So there's a lot of regulations and standards that help you guiding and help you to put a good product on the market. Yeah, and probably I think there was a lot of discussion about the health benefits of goat products. It's not just meat or just milk. I listed a few of the health benefits there, but I think if you're in the goat business, even if you're only selling a breeding stock, I think it's your duty to promote and market these health products, but because it makes the whole goat industry much stronger. For example, meat. It's the lowest cholesterol and saturated fat, and it's been proven all over the world, even lower than game meat, not just mutton and beef. So it's one of the safest and healthiest meat that you can get. And one thing that I don't like a lot, I don't know, plant-based milk. I don't know where people come on that. For me, milk is out of an animal, a human being. But even goat milk are more healthier than plant-based milk. So please, people, let's go and because we're all in the goat industry, otherwise we wouldn't be on this platform. Let's go and market our health benefits of goats. Thanks. The next slide. So yeah, if we get to management, I think it's very easy to get a management program in place. But how do I get to a management program? It's easy to find somebody to give me a program. Like I said in the previous slide, all the business, all the farms, everything differs. So you have to put a management program in place for your farm or your business. And it's only you that can do it yourself. Yes, a lot of people can help you, but you have to do it yourself. Otherwise, you won't know what's going on in that program. So I can give you my program, but if it's not necessarily that it will work for you. Then I've put a few things, a circle on here. And if anybody can tell me what is the most important, I know you can't say, but the idea is, what is the most important here? Mating of animals, the kidding of animals, or the marketing of animals? normally, when I do courses with people on boer goats, this will be a sweetie question. So if you get it right, you will get a sweet, because I think this is one of the important questions in my business and the whole business. I don't think there is one important aspect more important than the other one. In this case, mating. If you don't do your matings right, you won't get kids, and then you won't market anything. If your mating is right and your kidding is not right, you won't get kids. You'll get a lot of pregnant females, but you won't get kids to market. And then to get the money to go on back onto your feedings of your animals. And the same with marketing. So I think in your management program, you have to put emphasis on all the important aspects. Yes, there is aspects that's not that important that you can play around with, but the rest of the stuff you have to put into your in your slide, in your program, that you have can give enough advantage and time on it. Right, can we go on to the next slide, please? If we look there, I think it's one of the, for your business, it is your livelihood. Ensure that your teams know what your objectives are. People, I think this is one of the most important things. We as owners or managers always have a lot of dreams. We have a lot of ideas, and we try to do all of this. And without our teams, I think every person in your business or in your farm must know what your goals are, and when you reach some of those goals, there will be a road to your main goal. But if you reach some of the smaller goals, I think it's very important to celebrate them. Yeah, some people, and you can go and look at their business or their farms or their animals. Some of them use the goals as shamboks to get back to the workers, or to be not that nice. I think that's the wrong way around. Rather get the goals and celebrate them. I don't think there's a better feeling in life to reach a goal and have that feeling of passion and inspiration. I think, and it's not just for you. Just imagine how your workers going to feel if you celebrate that with them, and I think that will make your hand very stronger to have a better business and have better animals. And then on the welfare of your animals, I've seen so many animals that people don't actually look after them. Again, my motto in life, and I have a lot of mottos, but one is, I handle my animals as I want to be handled. I think humanity is in animals also. If you can't look after your animals, I promise you, the animals won't look after you. And there's people that came to me and asked me, I must come and help. They have a lot of problems with females that lamb down and they don't have milk, and babies don't live. They're dying off. And when I got there, the animals were skin and bone. People rather sell them and get enough money to supplement them, the next animals that you get, because you can't farm like that. You're losing too much money on not supplementing them to get your money back. On a bad animal, you're gonna feed them and feed them and feed them, and you're gonna struggle to get your money back. So it's, for me, it's very important, welfare of animals, and I don't like to see people. I don't like to see people that are not looking after their animals. Yeah. Next slide, please. Is there still anybody there? I'm not on my own.
We can still hear you.
Thank you. Just the last slide, please. Okay. On my conclusion, I want to say passion is easy. Just use it right. Yeah, that's a lot of things that you can do with passion, but it's easy to create a passion, but it's difficult to use it right. Economics, to plan it is easy, but to execute it is normally not. It is normally easy to dream of what products you want to produce, but it's normally not easy to produce that products. It's normally easy to get a management program, but it's quite challenging to get it 100% executing. To get a team together, I think it's not difficult. It's easy. But to keep that team motivated and keep them reaching their goals, I think it's quite challenging. And then the most important for me of all is basics and simple. Keep it to the basics. Normal people, and I've heard that this morning also, we're still struggling to look after animals, but we want to export. Let's rather raise the animals, and when the time is right for me to export, then I'll export. It's one day a person asked me on what is the cost of AIing goats. And I asked him, how many goats do you have? He said, no, he only wants to buy tomorrow. He wants to buy goats. So I told him, let's rather concentrate on the basics, get there until you can raise kids and everything, and then we can look at AI of goats. So let's concentrate our whole brain to get the basics right. Because still in my business today, if things goes wrong, I still go back to the basics and look where I went wrong. So, okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairperson. That is my story for today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fowry, for that presentation. I think you gave sort of a summary of what managing goats is. And we thank you for that, giving a lot of mottos that I think we'll put in our back pockets. I will now open the floor for questions for Mr. Are there any questions, comments, colleagues? There is a comment that they love the genuineness of your presentation based on personal experience, and it's very precise. Thanks for that. Ms. Shoki?
Madam Chair, I think let's appreciate the presentation from Mr. Fori, but I really want to put a case across. The reason why people are pleading for help or guidance, Mr. Fori, is that the playing field is not leveled. It is not leveled between men and women. It is not leveled between Black people and white people who have had the opportunity to be exposed to the business. Now, the request is that a kind person like you, a person who is prepared to come here and share his model, I think our request to you is, how best can you walk this path with us? And when I say us, I include men, women, youth, and all of that, without taking your model. Because you are right, one cannot take your model and think that one will be successful. But with you saying, I can help once you have formed cooperatives, I can motivate them, I can guide, I can mentor. I'm just making an example. This is what we are asking from a person like you and many others who came here, so that we level the playing field. And don't get tired, colleagues, when I keep raising the issue of women and young people. We wouldn't be having a department like the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities if the playing field was level. So it comes to say, we do have problems, we do have challenges. We are at this particular level, others are there, and we also want to get there. Walk this path with us. But your presentation and motivation is excellent, and we hope all of us will be motivated. However, passion without somebody building that capacity and walking this path with us may not take us far. And I'm looking forward to you being with us all the time when we need you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments and just basically pleading that the information be shared and, you know, the assistance and collaboration be there. I'm going to give it to Tato, and then I'll allow Mr. Fowler to just give a response. Thank you.
As Chairperson, I was
thank you.
Okay, sorry, you can talk.
No problem. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. And I agree, it's based on personal experience, which makes it all the more better. I just wanted to echo, the sentiments of the previous speaker, or the previous Oshoki, rather. A lot of wise people say that life is too short for you to make all the mistakes yourself. So when we ask questions about exporting, when we ask questions about artificial insemination, when we ask you about your large enterprise of 700 and 300 and all these thousands of goats, it's because we don't have the luxury to make all of these mistakes ourselves. And we would like to find out from you, what were the challenges that you encountered and how we can better, mitigate against them. It is not that we do not want to start and fail and start and fail. It is about, gathering as much information as we possibly can to ensure that we have a better chance of succeeding. Not that we will not fail, or not that we don't want to get the full experience. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, sir. And we wish, I honestly and truly wish that some of us, can gain some, wisdom and knowledge from you in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that was more of a comment as well. Tolamo, I'm going to allow you, and then we'll move on to the next presentation after Mr. Fauri has addressed the questions. Thank you.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. No. Mr. Fauri, is it Mr. Joubert? Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I like to model, but my plea is just we have a very, very serious challenge right now, whereby farming is it's our last hope as the economy of South Africa. But one thing that I also understand is that not all of us, we have the same teaching mechanism. As a former student of a University of the Northwest, I've seen that there are lecturers who are very different, but my plea to other farmers, just be patient and understand that not all of us, we use the same mechanism in terms of teaching, but let us learn to be tolerant of each other because we are not all the same. But my plea to all of us, we must always understand that this is the only solution that can address the disparities that are happening in the economy. So we need to be tolerant of one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Fauri, would you like to maybe respond before we move?
Yeah, Mr. Chairperson, yeah, I think I agree with these people. I think in my they mustn't misunderstand me. I think with the rest of the lecture or the presentation, they could understand that it's my passion to help people. So I probably highlighted a few things wrongly in their eyes. It's like I understand the playing field is not level, and but I want people to start thinking of how to level that playing field. It's probably not in our lifetime, but if you start thinking today, how can we level that playing field? And that's the same as the exports and the AI that I used as an example. There is people that have to do that because we have to build our goat industry. But if you a youngster starting, yes, get that knowledge of what can be, but focus on the start of your business. And people focus so much on the bigger things that they forgot about the smaller things. Actually, that's what I wanted to go back to basics and get the basics right. And then tolerance, I think our situation in South Africa, it's there's a lot of people that can't take tolerance, and yeah, I think I'm with the person that made the comment. We have to be more tolerant to each other, and that's the only way we're gonna build the South Africa, especially the goat industry. We can't build a goat industry if we're not tolerant with each other. So I'm definitely 100% with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the key message from the speakers and also what I'm hearing is that there needs to be more collaboration between the farmers, and also that's how the value chain and also this industry is going to be built if we do share that information. And I think if the speakers can also just share their details, if they would like to be contacted, if they are willing to be contacted, so that farmers can definitely contact them and form those collaborations that we speak of. But thank you so much for the engagement, colleagues. We are going to move, as you know, the time seems to be running very fast. But then we'll move on to the next presentation. Our next presenter will be speaking on the goat market in KZN, and that will be Mr. Rory Alcock. I hope I said that correctly. You may please go ahead.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon. I got a mixed brief, so I will just talk on what I thought I was being asked to talk about. So we've been working on goats for over 10 years with communities and goats. So we're talking on the non-commercial goats, just to make that clear. So I will just touch on what the Goat Agribusiness Project is, the goat value chain, the pricing of goats and where it comes from, the sales systems that we often see, who has the goats, what sort of goats are being sold, who own these goats, and then maybe something about the future potential of goats. Just to repeat, I'll be talking about African farmers and indigenous goats in homesteads rather than anything else. So the Goat Agribusiness Project was working and has been working on goats in rural areas, mainly in KZN. I'll show you the numbers in the map on the next slide. But looking at how goats could be scaled up and commercialized. And we've focused on women farmers in rural areas, using youth as small businesses to create money in these areas, and looking at what sort of research we can support farmers on in these areas. The whole thing about women farmers is that women farmers generally are the people that are at home. Men still often in the rural areas are migrant laborers in Johannesburg, Durban, or whatever. So you often find older women are in charge of homesteads in most ways that you can gauge. And so looking at these women farmers was sort of the priority of the project. And then, of course, the unemployed youth that we have so many of in the rural areas. They're educated, but they don't have jobs and they don't have good sources of income. So we worked in a total of 151 communities in these 5 districts you can see on the map. We worked with quite high numbers of farmers looking at, as a pilot of how we could start working on these project areas. And those are the sort of numbers: 100,000 African farmers, 9,000 farmers were actually commercializing, and we were doing a census of livestock with 27,000 out of these farmers. The project looks at sharing information on farming. So we try and work in, because we're from KZN, in Zulu and English, but obviously we would look at other sort of ways of sharing. We have training videos, which often work the best. We have a website, it's on there, and I will share this presentation for people who are interested. gapkzn.co.za. We have the training materials you can see on the screen, but we also have got quite a lot of research that we've done that we share on our website also. I noticed people were talking about 5 million goats or 6 million goats or whatever. I think this is a very debated topic, and to this, the NAMC and ourselves and other players have set up a Section 7 committee to look at getting real information about goats in South Africa, because as you can see from these 2 slides, these are the stats. These are all state government stats, and they go from 7 million to 4 million to 8 million to 5 million goats, all within the same department, all based on figures that I don't think anybody has any real clue of where they come from. And I think that's why we think that these figures need to be revisited quite dramatically. As you can see, there's your dairy herd, 21,000, which is 0.3%, Angora, 14%, meat, 25%, and communal, 61%. Although even those figures we would say are probably not very accurate. But just to be aware that the figures we have are probably based on pre-democracy figures that have just been scaled up and scaled up. And the closest probably is Stats SA, which is the 7.8 million goats.
Sorry, Rory.
Yes.
Katu is controlling the slide, so just want to find out which slide you're on.
Oh, I was sharing from this side.
Okay. Sorry.
But so we are lost. I was going to share from here. Can you give me an option to share? It seems I'm blocked from sharing. Is there any option of sharing from that side?
I am not sure. Daniel, I think we've been sharing from our side, and then we just you just request to hit the slide.
You guys asked, and I said I was just trying to update some of it.
Can you please forward it to my email? I will then share it.
Yeah, okay, I will do so. The PDF or a PowerPoint. It won't go to the PowerPoint. Okay, I'll send it to the PDF now. Sorry, so those figures weren't making a lot of sense. Give me a second.
We'll give it a few minutes, colleagues.
A few seconds, I should be there. Okay, I have shared that. I don't know if
Katu, can you confirm?
Not yet.
I've also shared it onto this website. I don't know if it'll go through. I think we're on the
Is it visible?
Yes, it
So
is.
can,
You can make it larger.
okay. So if we can skip forward 2 slides, just one more and another slide. Another slide, please. Okay, that's just a map of where the project has been working. And then maybe another slide after that. It was the training stuff that we work on. Those are the statistics that were based on various government sources of what sort of the goat numbers in the country are. You can probably go on. So this is from the agro-processing master plan, which is now called the master plan that NAMC was integral in creating. And I think it just comment from them saying that we probably use or sell 3.5 million goats a year in the country. And this probably suggests that the goat market is not really well understood and the imports are underreported, which I think is an important point if we're looking at those import figures. Next slide, please. So just to touch on the value chain. So this isn't disagreeing with anything anybody said so far. It's just to note that 90% of all the goats in South Africa are sold informally. In other words, they're sold from person to person and not going through any value chain as such. Only 0.5% are formally slaughtered, and 0.5 also for the rest of the value chain, milk, cheese, skins, and etc. And also to note that Boer goats used to be the primary goats that were sold, but are actually now not that much in the market, and you're getting more and more indigenous goats. Next slide, please. And that's just the figures from 1997, just showing that the number of goats slaughtered is 36,000 at the bottom there, and very minimal numbers of goats. And also just looking at the figures, and you can see that's why those figures are problematic, because the number of goats from the Northern Cape are very low and from Northern Province high, but you sort of wonder how those figures are got to. So just to be aware that we don't have the numbers for the market, but the value chain is very small at the moment. Next slide, please. So just to touch on where the goat market is, the Nguni-speaking people of the country do practice this ancestral worship system. The association ceremony is the main communication system with these ancestors, and the goats are the only animals said to be waking up the ancestors. So this is why sheep can't be used in the same way, because they don't make a noise when they're slaughtered. 20-odd million people are Nguni speakers, Zulus, Xhosas, Swazis, and they use the goats for these sacrifices. And most of the family life is built around ancestors in these ceremonies. So you can see on the map there how large part of South Africa is Nguni speaking people. Next slide, please. So maybe to the pricing issue is that South Africa has been importing live goats from Namibia for over 15 years. These numbers of these goats have varied from 1 million to 150,000 goats over time. And it was 1 million initially. It's now only 150 or 130,000 goats a year coming from Namibia. We would probably say that the numbers are probably not true. But what's important is that these Namibian goats set the price for all the rest of the goats in the country. So whatever the numbers come in as from Namibian goats, then sets the numbers for what goats will cost in Northern Province or KZN or Limpopo or anywhere else. And I'll explain how the process works. Next slide, please. So people were asking earlier about pricing. Basically, pricing works on size. It's height, shoulder height, not weight. This is one of our training materials, but it just shows that the goat size is probably the most important thing, the height. And these goats are usually sold for about 1,500 to 1,700. And these on the right, from top to bottom, are probably priced from 1,200 to 4,000 rand from farmers' yards. Next slide, please. The important thing we've also found with the market is that color and hairiness are very important. So the two goats on the top there would be about 20% difference in price. The black one would be very difficult to sell at any market, whereas the white one would sell very easily and would get a much higher price. And we've been at markets where the black one wouldn't even sell at all. In the bottom slide, the one on the left that's very hairy is the same weight as the one on the right, but would also get a much lower price because farmers feel that, or buyers feel that hairy goats are hard to see if they're fat or not. So they just trend towards the less hairy goats. And this has quite a lot to do with the low price that goats from the Eastern Cape get among buyers because they just don't really buy that many of the hairy goats. Next slide, please. There are auctions, and I won't go too deeply into it. I think our colleagues from ARC have touched on it. They're mainly breed auctions. There are some auctions in rural areas, but you'd have to get to work very hard to sell 300 goats a day. They're quite expensive. You need to transport animals around. And if you think our market is 3 million goats a year, auctions at 300 goats a day, you'll just never be able to sell enough goats out of these areas. So although auctions are good at setting prices, we would say they're probably not what the market needs. Next slide, please. The largest sales we have seen in our research are rope sales. Well, they're called rope sales because people put a rope on the goat to take it home. They're sold individually, and what's difficult about it is that there's no admin. So no one can really keep track of them or know. But we would estimate about over 1.5 million goats get sold on rope sales in amongst these areas a year. Next slide, please. A better system that we have been promoting and we could share, people can look on the website for it, is that you have monthly sales or market days where you set up a structure of metal gates and a frame around them, and you have the local livestock association and police force around, and these goats then get sold in a safer environment where you can guard against stock theft because it's in a public area, but you can also move animals in and out of those areas faster, more regularly, and you create investments of people setting up those markets and regulating the price and sales in those areas. Next slide, please. The other market that you see is people we call it speculators, basically a person in a bakkie who drives around rural areas. They buy these goats, take them to urban areas and sell them within a couple of days of buying them, and they probably get about 50% profit per animal from just moving them from rural areas to urban areas. The profits are good with very little overheads, and this seems to be a growing market. If anybody was asking how to get into the market or where to make profit in the goat industry, we would probably say this is where it's a good place to get into the goat industry. People do need to be careful to have paperwork with them because they get stopped by police and vigilantes in a positive sort of way, people who stop vehicles with livestock in them and ask where those are coming from. The problem we do have is that carrying cash for 20 goats is a good incentive to get robbed in a lot of rural areas. So cashless systems or Capitec sending an SMS with the money is probably far more important than people would realize. Next slide, please. People have touched on imports. Imports are a bit of a problem area for the country. I think you can only import goods from the South Africa side by filling in paperwork and ordering them from Namibia. They are very expensive, and you'll see in the later slide, the costs per goat to import them through the veterinary system is quite expensive. Once they arrive in South Africa, they have to be sold within 7 days, otherwise they die of heart water and other diseases just from stress. I mean, they've been going in a truck for 2 weeks across quite a different hot to cold environment, and they get very stressed and they often die quite quickly on arriving. So within 7 days, they're sold and slaughtered. Looking at the local import figures, it looks like a lot of them leak through because there's very little incentive to pay that much difference. And Namibia is the only recognized exporter, but we know that a lot of goats are coming in from Botswana and Swaziland. And there are problems with that because there are diseases that could be coming through that we will only find out once they're here. Next slide, please. So recently, and this is to our colleagues at the Mohair section, a lot of Mohair goats are arriving in the country. These are in Pietermaritzburg. They come in through Lesotho and Khwagga's. So basically, once they've finished being getting wool out of them and they're getting older, they get brought into KZN and sold. And they're also coming in from the Karoo. They are still fetching relatively low prices, like 1,600 compared to maybe 2,000 Rand, just because people are not sure if they're goats or sheep, given their woolliness and given their sort of wariness about woolly animals. Next slide, please. And then these markets that you see on the side of the road, in trailers or in the back of a bakkie, they are in most towns in KZN, and I think in most towns in our country. They are illegal because it's illegal according to municipal bylaws to sell animals within municipal boundaries. And it's one of the issues we have been pushed to NAMC and the department is to actually just regulate these laws and change them, because it's silly to have this huge market inside urban areas that could be making money, and if it was regulated would also benefit the goats being sitting in the sun all day and having been fed and getting water. But there's no other way that buyers and sellers can really buy and sell goats except to park and sell it illegally like they do. So it's somewhere where maybe the regulatory mechanism could be changed to make it easier on buyers and the goats. Next slide, please. So this is just a breakdown. Often people wonder, who aren't from KZN, where all these goats go to. We would estimate that about 2.2 million goats are used every year for the different types of functions. And I won't go through these to a lot, but I mean, this is just 3 functions: deaths, births, and marriages. And there are a lot more ceremonies that involve goats. So for people who are wondering where those goats are going, you know, births being declared to the ancestors is about 1.5 million goats a year. There is a huge market for goats, and as our colleagues have pointed out, you'll find people from KZN and Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga looking for goats because we don't have enough goats, and they're being sold at very good prices all the time. They just need to somehow work out where the productivity problems are, which we do touch on, but I wasn't asked to talk about in this particular presentation. Next slide, please. And that's just a slide on what COVID did to the goat demand. Basically, goats at our local wholesaler went from 1,400 Rand a goat to 1,800 Rand a goat in the last 2 years. And basically, COVID has just added another 1 million goats needed to this goat market. So it's just an interesting take on when you have things like COVID, which mean more people are dying than normal. Markets like the goat market counterintuitively benefit from those sort of events. And you have the price going up and up. When we started this project about 15 years ago, goats were 600 Rand each. Now they 1,800 Rand. So they've tripled in that time. And the price does keep on increasing. Next slide, please. That's just another way of looking at the market numbers. I just put it in case people want to go back to it and look at it. I won't go through it again. It's just about where these goats were sold for and to. Next slide, please. So in terms of who owns the goats, 80 or 90%, and this is info from NAMC and BFAP and ourselves, 80 to 90% or over 6 million of the 8 million goats are owned by small-scale African farmers. They are not inside any commercial system, and almost all of those are not inside land reform or privately owned land. They're in Makaya or in places that aren't farms. They're owned by small-scale farmers, usually in herds of 14 to 30 to 40, top end maybe 300 goats. Boer goats, 970,000 are mainly owned by commercial and the previously white-owned farm sector, and generally are sold to breeders. We've spoken to the Boer Goat Association, and they basically say very few of their goats go into this slaughter market. And then Angora goats, 850,000, and they are farmed for wool, and then the old ones are sent to the slaughter market. So that's where your goats, who owns those goats and where they go to. Next slide, please. And this is to that earlier reference of where we talk about youth, women, and rural areas. Basically, if you look on the map on the right-hand side, all the red and deep orange areas are the highest points of poverty in South Africa. And then you look on the map on the left, basically all the goat areas, which are the green ones, this is the goat corridors according to the master plan, overlap quite tightly with basically poor and rural areas. So if we do get this goat market started according to our plan in the goat master plan and the AMP, we will be affecting mostly rural, mostly poor areas. And so that's a good thing, that goats can probably work quite well around poverty and rural areas and lifting them up out of those places. Next slide, please. Those are the herds per province, in case people are interested. If you look on the right, you'll see that the numbers change quite a lot from DAF and Stats SA. DAF is on the right-hand side. They sitting at the 5 million mark. Stats SA are sitting at the close to 8 million mark. The big differences are that KZN has got double the amount of goats that they thought they had. We would say that number probably is still quite small. If you look at Gauteng, it's got 200,000 goats, whereas in the past it had 29,000 goats. So that might also just be a shift of peri-urbanization and goat keeping in places like Kagiso and Soweto and places like that. Over 500,000 households keep goats. 34% of those are in KZN and 31% in the Eastern Cape. 67% of the households have less than 10 goats in their household, and 20% have more than 10 to 20. So it's just an interesting take about where those goats are at the moment and who owns them. Next slide, please. The potential, I think we touched on this also, that the informal herd in South Africa is currently operating, and that's the 6 million goats, are currently operating at an estimated 40% productivity. Optimal productivity, and I'm not saying that we'd ever get to that point, but it can be up to 120%. So there's a huge scope for farmers to get a lot more from goats. And all that would be doing, it wouldn't be pushing other people out the market. We would just stop importing as many goats into the country from other neighboring countries. Next slide, please. And that's what I was also saying, is that the profitability, if you look in the first slide there, that's a commercial farmer in South Africa would probably be getting about 60% profit per goat if they keep them. Remember that the two right-hand side columns are the Namibian ones, where Namibian commercial farmers are getting 40% profit, but they're the ones who are setting the price of what goats, live goats, are sold for. But if you look at the second column, you can see that small-scale South African farmers, so that's African farmers basically, are getting about 90% profit on the goats they sell, just because they don't spend a lot of money with the transport and admin. The veterinary costs are lower, and they aren't pricing in the cost of a ram or price of herding or the price of land. So it is a good place for our African farmers to be investing and commercializing that sector, because they really are, they own most of the herd already, and they stand to make most profit out of goats than anybody else. And I think that the last slide coming up after that. So next slide, please. Yes. So sorry, that was the slideshow. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them, and I've already shared the PDF of this, so maybe colleagues at NAMC can share it further. I just would like to say that there are a lot more people on this group than we had initially interacted with, trying to set up the Section 7 committee. So I would hope we can get their details and people are happy to take part going forward on trying to get better figures from the goat industry so we can plan it better. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very comprehensive. I think it also still highlights, the need to basically have the numbers in check, coordinate the numbers and make sure that they are a true reflection of what is happening in the country. So thank you for that. I think I will allow for questions now, and then we'll have our last presentation after the questions to Mr. Rory. If there's any questions, colleagues, please raise your hand and then we'll recognize you. Okay, I have two hands from Butomi and Shoki. Butomi, let me just allow the mics. You can go ahead. Butomi? All right, I think Ms. Shoki, you can come through.
Thank you, Chair. Let's appreciate the presentation. It's one of those, again, that are excellent. Just a few questions for clarity. Why is Namibia the recognized importer and not Swaziland and Lesotho? So that we know what are some of the blockages and whether something is being done about that. When you presented, you depicted a poverty map. And I'm departing from a premise that says SMMEs are part of some of our economic drivers that are responsive to issues of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. But at the same time, you've raised the issue of unregistered and illegal road stalls. Now, maybe it's not for you, perhaps it's from agriculture, so that we get a sense. Is something being done to address this issue so that the industry is regulated? Because if they are there in SMMEs, and we don't have this enabling environment that will allow them to operate in a registered or legal environment, are we not contributing to them not moving at the pace that they really need at the end of the day? Those are just some of my two questions for your guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shoki. And Mr. Rory, would you like to take those two?
Thank you for the questions. I think just starting with the SMME question, yes, I think absolutely. It's crazy that we have this multi-billion rand market that we're not trying to support or give options for. I think we have been pushing for the department and the province to try and change those bylaws, but I think it becomes something, there needs to be, I suppose, political and social capital invested in people taking it on and making it happen. I think the potential for us to get more speculators and get the whole market moving would be great, but I'm not sure of any initiatives right now that are trying to deal with it. Equally, I think with the second or the first question around Namibia, Namibia always had goats. They are one of the countries that's almost exclusively has Boer goats and has almost no indigenous goats left. And there's a lot of history behind that. So Boer goats can only live in very dry very disease-free environments. So they started importing to South Africa. I think as indigenous goats have become more popular or more acceptable, goats are coming in from Botswana and Swaziland, but because the system was never set up, so basically what happens in Namibia, there's a very complex and strict system with veterinarians, and each goat has to have a blood test, and they double check that it's done the right blood test before it comes over into the country, and how many days it's allowed to be in a truck before it has to have a rest. Those procedures have never been set up for Botswana and Swaziland. So again, the state would have to step in and decide, are they acknowledging that these goats are coming in through these other countries, and set up the same veterinary controls and same market controls to stop the countries just importing them without any rules. I hope that answered that.
Thanks. Thank you for that, and thank you for that highlight of the background into how these imports actually do come into South Africa. Colleagues, I have to just apologize for the time. I see that we are running out of time. However, if the colleagues would allow, there's one more presentation that will come from, I think, a farmer. So if you would be patient, if we can have the last presentation, we'll engage that and then we'll close the session. But there's a very vigorous interaction, so we didn't want to sort of restrict people from having those kind of questions. So if we can have the next speaker, please. Thank you. Do we have a presenter from Matuba Logistics? Is there a speaker?
Yeah, her name is Kolofela.
I think we might need to unmute them. I'm not sure what their name is. If you can unmute their mic, if you can see them in the list.
Okay, let me check also.
If there is no presenter, colleagues, I think we can then draw to a close. Patu, can you confirm?
Yes, I'm trying. She's not here on the list, so I suggest maybe to move on.
Thank you so much for that confirmation. Maybe we can share the presentation with their approval, as we're running a bit behind time, so we do not want to waste anyone's time any further. So with that, colleagues, I think I'll just open up the floor for like 5 minutes as we draw to a close, because that was supposed to be the last presentation. If there's any burning questions, I'll allow it. Then we'll have our closing remarks from the NAMC. All right, I see 2 hands. I think those are the ones that I will, or I can allow an extra one. Chilidzi and Shoki, you can go ahead, please. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I inquired right at the beginning, if not right at the beginning, when I had a chance to communicate, whether you'll be sharing with us the presentations which were shared with us today. You will give us access to those presentations as a request.
Yes, I think on the chat bar it was answered that the presentation would be shared with all the attendants.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, on my side, it's just a request that is similar to this one. Maybe the recording of this session, if it can be availed, it will be very helpful. The telephone number of UT as well. And I've just made 2 comments on the chat. Is it possible to get, and I'm asking, it may not be something feasible, even if we say we'll wait for a day or 2 or some few days, can we get a land audit and get a sense of how much land is available that can be accessed by anyone, men, women, and whoever who wants to do goat farming? Because it's not easy to know where this land is available or what is the procedure to access this land, so that we are all aware that if I want to start, I will write to agriculture, land, wara, and this is the unit where I must write to. That's just one thing that we need clarity on. Then the other one was just a comment to say the issues of trade and whether the stuff comes legal or illegal into the country. Is that not something that can be further discussed at another platform and it be a SADC matter? Because if SADC gets it right, it enhances the region from a trade perspective. But I'm not a person who's good on trade. I may have a wrong view. That's my thinking right now, my layman's thinking. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And those, excuse me, those have been they have been flighted, and I think we will take them up. As far as I am aware, these presentations will be made available, and after each of these information days, there's usually a report to basically share on what the presentations were and some of the resolutions that might have come out of these sessions. And that will also be shared with the attendees, and they'll be made public, I think, on the NAMC website. I saw a comment that it should not be, we should move away from the talk shop and to where the rubber meets the road, basically to implement some of these interventions that have been highlighted. And I think also the speakers will share their details for those who are able to share their details. And I think with each presentation, there's contact details at the end. So those will also be shared. In terms of accessing land, as far as I'm aware, farmers really need to know their local Department of Agriculture, or as well as the provincial agriculture, in order to access information on programs and schemes that they are currently running. and also they share on application processes for different programs. So I think it's very important for the farmers to really be in touch with their office of the Department of Agriculture, where we cannot answer some of these questions because they are on the ground. I think I will just stop there for now, colleagues, and just thank you for your participation in the platform and for your questions, and also to all the speakers, presenters. But will not be the one to officially thank you. I will then give over to Bushle from the NAMC to just give concluding remarks. But thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Bushle Velo, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Matsobane. Firstly, I would like to thank Ms. Onele for leading the discussions. They were very educative. People learned a lot. We really got interesting ideas. Thank you to all the participants who were actively participating, to the colleagues, and to all the organizations which were represented. We would like to thank all the speakers from Dr. Daniel Mutiang, Ms. Setati, Mr. Bushebenko Simbata, and we would also like to thank Ms. Beauty Mohair and Mr. Hubert Fori, and also Mr. Raoul Alcock for the great views that they gave us from the different angles. And we would also like to thank all of you for being present. As they have indicated, the slides will be shared with the colleagues. So on behalf of Mr. Matsobane, I would like to officially close the session. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Thank you so much. The session is adjourned. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, colleagues.